Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what's the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand.
You really gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Who doesn't get enough flowers. We have Equal Ground founder Jasmine Burney Clark. Equal Ground is a predominantly Black-led, nonpartisan, nonprofit working to build Black political power and increase civic engagement in Florida. Why does this matter, folks? Because with the Supreme Court gutting the Voting Rights Act, with Donald Trump openly telling Republicans, I want you to gerrymander, I want to get over 100 seats, you've seen the MAGA reeks follow suit. So Florida and DeSantis will be a test case. Let's see if we can dilute the Black vote and dilute Democrat votes and just take over democracy and gerrymander the hell out of anyone who challenges us. But Equal Ground says, you know what? We might have a way out. And so there is some good news. You all filed a lawsuit. Talk to us about what's happening in Florida and how this lawsuit challenges this unfair power grab by DeSantis and Florida Republicans.
Certainly. So thank you so much for having me. I really do appreciate it. My organization was founded in 2019, right after Ron DeSantis became governor of the state of Florida. And in 2022, he decided during the redistricting period at that time that he would do something totally unprecedented, and that was draw his own map. After the legislature had already done their work, they had already drawn maps. Each chamber had voted on them. They had gotten through. And he felt like they weren't discriminatory enough. They weren't gerrymandered enough, and decided to rip away 50% of Black congressional representation in the state. And as a result, we litigated and sued him for that first bite at the apple, if you will. And subsequently, the Supreme Court did come back and rule in favor of the state, a Supreme Court that he hand-selected 5 of the 6 sitting judges for. Here we are again in 2026, but under slightly different circumstances. A mid-decade redistricting effort was called on, not by the Florida voters. It wasn't called on by the legislature. There was not a court order that required it. But instead, our governor, who gerrymandered the first set of maps, felt like it needed to be redone. Maps he drew in 2022, he decided they needed to be redrawn. But also what occurred was that our president made it very clear that he needed Florida and Texas to go out and find him some voters, go out and find him some districts so that he can maintain power in this upcoming midterm election. And so the governor decided to publish a map and did not publish that map to our legislators. He sent it to Fox News, of all places. He sent a very red and blue map, a very partisan red and blue map to our to the Fox News station, and required that our legislators essentially adopt it and allow for him to sign it into law. Now, let me also say a little bit about this map. This map is 86% projected to be Republican led if those congressional districts remain in lock and step, if you will, with what the turnout was for the 2024 presidential election. But only 40% of Republicans make up the electorate here in the state. So you have double the representation, but you only make up 40% of representation in the state. On its face, this is a very illegal map based on our state's constitution.
Oh, that was an amazing summary, and it's so shameless because a lot of Republicans are saying, well, look, California did it and Virginia did it, but last time I checked, my home state is California, now I live in Virginia, it was actually left up to the people. The people voted for it. In Florida, again, for people who are watching, DeSantis is like, nah, I'm just going to do it. F y'all. I don't care about the state legislature. I don't care about the people. I'm just going to redraw it because I'm a reek for Donald Trump and he wants it done. So we're going to get it done. And Florida and Texas in particular, and now you could probably even add Colorado, are these laboratories, Jasmine, for these type of policies that Republicans then want to mainstream nationally. Talk to us about how Florida is a laboratory for what is going to be a national project and why people should pay attention to Florida.
Yeah, so in the first redistricting map that I talked about in 2022, not only did he rip away 50% Black representation, but he increased Republican representation from 13 congressional seats to 20 congressional seats in the state of Florida. We only have 28, so we were operating with 20 Republican and 8 Democratic seats. He has now lowered that threshold of Democratic seats from 8 to 4, essentially chopping them in half. And the reason why this is a laboratory is because what we are seeing happen in legislatures across this nation right now, where they are taking away Black representation as a result of the Calais case, is that we had already done it in 2022. We had already taken away Black representation. Governor Ron DeSantis was first in line to rip away our representation. The only reason why we still have 2 remaining seats in this state is because we have what are called the Fair District Amendments. These are amendments that are unique and unlike many other states, where actually the Supreme Court has referenced our state as a model. And these amendments require that you cannot draw maps that are partisan in nature and favor one political party over another. And you cannot draw a map that dilutes the voting power of a specific community or race. And this governor has done both of them. They are testing the limits of democracy. They are testing the limits of justice. They are testing the limits of our courts to see how far they can go. But again, on it.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Thursday. Everyone, as you come in, or if you happen to hear this on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Check us out. It may be to your liking. Who knows? If you like politics, history, culture, and that sort of thing, we don't do a lot of relationship talk or bashing Black culture or really any culture. So it is. We try and be unique. I'll just put it that way. Sovereign Beer Fund is open for initial public offering. There will be a Saturday show. It's basically going to be a continuation of something we started yesterday. I got kind of temporarily fascinated with the origins of Black stereotypes in American culture. So we're going to be looking this weekend at the origin of stereotypes and also some cultural things, some unique things to the so-called Black culture. And, technically, I guess it's a subculture, but more on that tomorrow, I guess. So let me actually, before I forget, let me thank the current sponsors of this Saturday show, Deacon Dave and SKC. Please join them in supporting this Saturday show. Slightly modified the title, which made me laugh when I thought about it. So I've been looking for an official name for Saturday shows, and I think I might have stumbled upon it. Show ideas. Stanley versus the world at gmail.com. Spell out the versus. That's the email that I'm basically migrating to, and it's currently active. So Yeti, shout out to Yeti, and shout out to Mela, who actually brought me some couple good ideas that I'm definitely going to use. Yetis for the Saturday show, and then Mela was an interesting medical video about blood types. And if I can't squeeze it in today, I hopefully will start the show with it tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Let me make a comment on this lady in Florida. If there is an amendment in Florida like a fair districting sort of amendment or something like that, and it's got anything to do with race, it is very possible that litigating it is going to wind up getting those amendments struck down. I think the Supreme Court was very clear in that if anything as far as districting goes, if it's racial, then it basically goes against the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment. Be careful what you ask for, because if this fair districting thing, it has anything to do with race, it's liable to go away. So that's, and I'm not a lawyer, but it sure sounds, between Alito and Clarence Thomas, if you use the word race, they may just strike it down, even though it is very clear what's happening. We'll talk a little bit about Tennessee later, but anyway, let's get back to this video. I was just curious to know what Florida is going to do. This lady in Florida is going to do to fight that VRA Section 2 ruling. I don't see anything that she's saying that would convince me that they'll prevail. So let's hear this out.
Space. This map is so blatantly partisan that I think it is hard for anyone to look at this map and look at our specific state.
Oh, and by the way, this may fly in the Florida Supreme Court, but if it has anything to do with partisan gerrymandering, the Supreme Court and probably the federal courts are not going to even look at it. They literally say that anything partisan or political doesn't even belong in the courts. It's a legislative or a people matter. So let me throw that in there as well.
Constitution and say that it is illegal, but they are still going to test to see what their options are, and also again try to make themselves a model for the rest of the nation.
Yeah, my co-host Danny always says, like, raptors testing the fence in Jurassic Park. Test, see a weakness, probe, then attack, right? If indeed the state Supreme Court is completely compromised, if it's filled with DeSantis and Trump's reeks, then what hope do Floridians like you have that even though this proposal, which blatantly violates the state's own constitution, is going to even pass muster?
Here's what I explain to people. The map that has been produced by this governor is a projection of what they expect to see as an outcome this coming fall. It is not the final result. The final result still lies in the hands of voters in this state. They are anticipating and projecting that turnout will look like it did during the 2024 presidential election. But we have gone through so much, not only as a state, but as a nation since that 2024 election. And if I were a betting woman, I would imagine that this projection is going to slap them in the face. I think that we are going to see a totally different outcome from what they expect to receive this fall. Again, they are expecting an 80% red wave in this state, but Florida voters have been through so much under this administration with this governor that I can't imagine that their projection is going to actually happen.
So there is some hope here. I talked to Mike Madrid about this. Mike Madrid is a former Republican, former Trump, never Trump, former Republican who's been spent like 30 years of his life looking at polling data, specifically, but not exclusively on Latino voting trends. And he said, he was really focusing on Texas. And he said, okay, so these Texas Republicans, again, like Florida, they're reeks for Donald Trump. It's a laboratory. They've done this gerrymandering. They're the first state to say, yes, boss, we'll do whatever you want. But he said, just watch, because what they're expecting, like you said, is they're anticipating all those independents and Latinos and Black voters and Asian voters that went for them in 2024, they're going to stick around. I think, and his expertise is Latino voting trends, these Latinos are going to go back to 2018 numbers. I think they're going to be done with them because they voted for a better life and all of his economic policies suck. He was on point. And he said that this gerrymander might actually turn out to be a dummy mander and might actually boomerang against the Republicans because they're betting on the same voting patterns in 2024. I think a lot of these people are going to move away. And that's what we're kind of seeing now. Talk to us. I mean, you kind of teased it, but tell us what's happening on the ground in Florida, because I was just in Florida. I have my in-laws there, but a lot of people don't go to Florida. What they just assume is red state, lost. What's the point? Give up on it.
And I would have to say that we should all disengage from that belief and that thinking. Because if we just last week were all tuned into what was happening in Florida and what would Florida do, what would this legislature do, what would this governor do, that means that there is still interest in what's happening in this state. But what is happening on the other side of this is that there has been a 300% divestment in resources in the state of Florida to actually do mobilization on the ground, to actually do voter turnout, to register people, and to do and conduct vote by mail. For the first time in a very long time, our ballot will not consist of a citizen-led amendment because this legislature has made the process so much more difficult for people to submit anything onto the ballot in order for them to vote for. But if we take it back to 2018, and if I think about what the possibility is here in 2026, and if we think about what it could look like based off of the 2018 numbers, two things happened that I think were pretty remarkable. The first one was that we passed rights restoration for folks who were formerly incarcerated living with felony convictions. And Andrew Gillum came within nearly 35,000 votes of becoming governor of the state of Florida. That's 500 votes per county. And so what is happening now is that we see Republicans do have a 1.4 million vote advantage over Democrats. However, they aren't voting at their full strength. Republicans aren't turning their folks out. Republicans are also being impacted by voter suppression, just like Democrats are. Everyone is impacted by voter suppression. And we are seeing that actually happen with Republicans, not just with Democrats and not just with people of color. A lot of folks are being impacted by what is happening. So I think there's a lot to look forward to. But what we're doing on the ground right now is we are in our third annual tour across the entire state of Florida. We are talking to specifically Black folks that within our constituency. We are talking to them about the maps. We're talking to them about the Calais decision. We are letting them know what actually just transpired in their legislature, who the legislators are that are responsible for what they're going to be feeling, the laws that are going to take effect on July 1st. And we're having some mobilization conversations with them. We have a late primary here in the state. Doesn't happen until August. So we've got an entire summer to have conversations, to ideate, to mobilize, to come up with ways that we can turn out our own communities before we get to the general election in the fall. And again, the other great thing is that, Ron DeSantis will be unhoused and unemployed in a few months. And so we won't have to worry about him, but we do need to be prepared for what happens next and what power looks like as we prepare for that as well.
When it comes to the Black population, what's the percentage of Black voters in Florida?
13%.
13%. All right, significant, right? And if there was no cheating, suppose there was no shenanigans, what would Florida look like politically?
I really believe that Florida could live its full breadth, depth, and scope of what diversity, equity, and inclusion actually looks like and means in this state. It would be safer, I think. Leadership would look a lot different. And one of the ways that I think it could look different is actually through legislation that we've been pushing for the past 3 years. We introduced a piece of legislation called the Harry T. and Harry V. Moore Florida Voting Rights Act. It would completely reverse every single voter suppression bill that has been introduced for the past 7 legislative sessions. It would make Election Day a holiday. It would provide automatic voter registration, same-day voter registration in the state of Florida. Returning citizens, those formerly incarcerated individuals who many of you may have seen ripped from their homes in the middle of the night by the elections police, they'd have a place to determine where their fees and fines are that they are required to pay. They would not be confused. Elections officials would not be confused about their status. We'd be creating an environment where voting and elections are safe to participate in, not elections where it is literally a threat of danger to participate in. And that is what is happening right now.
And Florida, folks, again, is a laboratory, which is why you should pay attention to Florida. And also, Jasmine, if I can ask you this, I know the answer to this, but a lot of people are like, black voters, I don't care, I'm not black. But I always say black voters are also laboratory for anti-democratic experiments. They're using all these tricks and shenanigans to dilute black voters, but then the next day, if they can get away with doing this to black folks, it's going to be the rest of you.
That's right. Poll taxes, literacy tests. Do you own land? Do you not own land? If you're a returning citizen, when did you vote? How did you vote? Who did you get your card from? Black folks are used to the years of abuse, the years of the goalposts moving when it is time for us to participate. And again, we've seen it here in Florida during COVID. It was dangerous for Black and brown people who were the most disproportionately impacted by, healthcare issues to get out and vote in person. And so they voted at a higher rate than they ever did via mail. And the very next legislative session, the mail process went completely different than it has been in previous years. So that goalpost keeps continuing to move. But Black folks are still persevering. Black folks are still trying to ensure that our rights are not taken away and that these rights are not going to go unchallenged. That's why we've decided to file this suit against the state of Florida, so that folks know that Black and brown people are on the front lines, not just, fighting for ourselves, but fighting for everybody. Because it's always been, I think, a united front. And we are just taking, a serious lead through the legal system this time around to make sure that we can at least remove the codification of this particular map and get an injunction in place that does not require us to have to vote using this map in this upcoming election.
Folks who joined us a bit late, now I'm talking to Jasmine Burney Clark, who's the founder and executive director of Equal Ground, a preeminent Black-led, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization working to build Black political power in Florida and also fighting for all of our democracy and all of our voting rights. Black people historically have been the canaries in the coal mine. But Black folks, like you mentioned, have always found ways to work around a system that is designed to literally kill them. What can those who are learning the Black experience, who thought fascism won't come after them — I'm talking about white folks, I'm talking about suburban folks, I'm talking about privileged Black and brown folks, Asian folks, who said, I'm a chicken, but Colonel Sanders won't eat me. What can they learn from Black folks now that they realize ICE can kill me? Oh, I can lose my vote. Oh, I can be banned from Twitter. Oh, I can be fired for saying the wrong thing. What can they learn from the Black experience, especially the Black activists on the ground in Florida, which has done everything in my lifetime since the 2000 election to dilute Democratic power and dilute the voters of liberals, Black folks, immigrants, and people of color?
What I think folks can learn is that, we are not doing this in isolation. We are doing this in community, and we're doing this with very sparse resources. We're doing this because it needs to be done by any means necessary, truly. Like, our lives are on the line. Our lives are at stake. And if they're coming for one, they will come for all. Mutual aid is a necessary remedy that can help our communities. Again, this tour that we're getting ready to go on is so grassroots. It is so embedded in community. It is through word of mouth. It is through organizations like your Divine Nine, your fraternities and your sororities. It is churches. We are getting back to some of that civil rights organizing that has historically won, victories in the past. This is the new way that we think we can re-engage folks in a very organic way. And so I would encourage folks to join us, support the work, undergird the work wherever you can, amplify the work that is happening on the ground and supporting the leaders of Black and brown led organizations in the state of Florida. Again, when I talked about that divestment and resources, not only from campaigns, but think about it from also the standpoint of organizations who are on the ground. We are powered by a team of volunteers who have to do this work across the state of Florida. And, every day we are trying to figure out, what does gas look like to get to the next tour stop? What does, getting our message out to places like you all look like, and how do we coordinate these particular types of stories? So amplification and support are all absolutely necessary.
You mentioned it, and you said churches. And I just saw my old Auburn Seminary senior fellow colleague, Lisa Sharon Harper, join on. I don't know if she's still on. She's fantastic. But the role of religious communities, mobilizing religious communities. I'm Muslim. I know about Black church, Asian church, Latino church, Christians, and Catholics. I've always said, Jasmine, that a major weakness of Democrats and progressives, especially in the past 2 to 3 decades, is they completely forfeit this lane to Republicans who come in with grifters and use the cross as a weapon or as a shield to protect themselves from accountability. But a lot of Americans are religious, come from religious communities. They might be agnostic, but nonetheless, they have family members who are religious. And these religious communities have been at the forefront of social change. MLK, Malcolm X, Romero, liberation theology. It is a mistake to ignore the church and the mosque and the temples and the synagogues when it comes to the fight for social justice. But your take on this?
I absolutely agree with you. I agree so much to the fact that on day one, we hired a pastor. He is still on staff with us at our organization because that is how embedded the faith community is in our organizing work. That's how important I find faith to be deeply connected to the work that we are doing, that we staff and hire religious leaders, not only on our staff, but also within the Souls to the Polls work that we do. One of the things that we do is called Pastors at the Polls. We have clergy who are in their clergy attire leading up to early voting and election day, meeting patrons or individuals at their polling places and making sure that they safely get in, safely get out. They are trained on de-escalation tactics so that if anything may to potentially occur, there is a faith leader on site. This is a trusted leader. This is someone from that community, not an unknown entity to any sort of source, whether that be police or otherwise. And so I think, not only are we using churches to have meetings and, bring folks together, but faith leaders are stepping up and are saying, I'm available to help lead and guide this work around protecting people in a different kind of way, not just through prayer, but with my actual body at polling places.
And you saw that happening with ICE in Minnesota. You saw a multicultural coalition of faith leaders say, not in our name, and you can't use the Old Testament, the New Testament, Quran, and the religious text to justify the use of state violence against innocent people. Look how powerful it was, folks. So I know you all think I might be crazy Muslim here, but I'm telling you, this is rooted in American history and social justice and activism, right? You can be an atheist and agnostic. You can think it's all stupid. Doesn't matter. You have to use every lever at your disposal. So use these levers, progressives. And if you don't know how to speak this religious language, then get someone who does. Amplify, because this is how you get butts out, from the church pews and from the mosques and out in the streets. And it's something very powerful when you see an imam and a pastor sitting there, in solidarity with the rest of us against ICE, against redistricting, against gerrymandering, against voter suppression. Speaking about people who should do better, I want to ask you this final question. Lev Parnas was on here. He wanted to talk about the Democrats in Florida. He's running for office. He's very dissatisfied with Democratic leadership in Florida. He believes they should be fighters. I'm going to talk to him tomorrow. Talk to us about the Democratic leadership, what it can do better, Jasmine.
There are so many thoughts.
That was what we call a pregnant pause.
That indeed was. I recently learned here that the National DNC has decided to make a $20 million investment in the state of Florida on TV ads in digital. I do think that is an unwise decision at this particular juncture in a state where I've already shared that there are 1.4 million more voter registrants on the Republican side than on the Democratic side. There are vote by mail ballots where our state now requires you to submit a request for a new vote by mail ballot every single election cycle. So that is now new muscle that voters have to learn. And the issue is that we aren't investing on the ground. We aren't investing in actual people. I don't know about you all, but we are sitting here having a conversation on Substack with 800 plus individuals, not on cable television right now. We are not using the money. And I don't think that Democrats are using the money and investing the money the way that they need to as it relates to the state of Florida. Doors need to be knocked, calls need to be had, events need to be hosted. We need to be building power in a different way. People need to be registered. Young people need to be registered as they head back to school in the fall. And so I am concerned about the actual plan that Florida Democrats have for Florida because I haven't seen one. And we are now just a few short weeks away from qualifying. And whatever that plan is, I hope that it materializes soon because we are in desperate need of actual and real leadership that does something more than tell us that Florida is in play.
Well, tell us how you really feel. But if you had $20 million, suppose someone's listening from the DNC. Specifically, you got the $20 million. They're like, all right, we're going to take that $20 million back. Jasmine, we're giving you the $20 million. Tell me how you spend that $20 million right now.
I want an organizer at every single county in the state of Florida. I want us building in every single corner of the state. And we're not building for the 2026 midterms. They are here. And essentially, the work that needed to be happening in this state should have been infrastructure building years prior to today. We are now focused on a 2028 election that will allow for the 2026 work to be done to invest in what is coming in the next presidential election. People have never paid attention to politics so much until this past year. And that is because they didn't know one man had all that power. They didn't know how much gray area there was associated with a presidential term and a president, if you will. And so we need to be investing in people on the ground, going into all types of.
You know, she actually makes a very good point. And I've been meaning to talk about this whole unitary executive theory that Donald Trump is trying to force down America's throat. I would tend to agree. People did not realize that a president could have this much power, starting a war without even, I don't think it was like a few members of Congress got notified like the day it was before, the day it was going to happen or the day before. Very good point. Even, and I've been, kind of following politics for years, and I had no clue that anyone would even have the gumption to do some of the things that Donald Trump has tried to do. That Doge idea, it was egregious. Like the thought of having Elon Musk do what he did and then be ineffectual, he ought to be impeached just for that, in my opinion.
Events, going into all types of facilities, churches, community centers, getting into our schools. Our schools are closing down in this state. We need to be investing, I think, in people in relational organizing in the state of Florida. There are so many seniors in this state who could be phone banking right now, who would love a few extra dollars to be calling folks while we are out inside of our communities doing the actual work that needs to be done, like the registering people to vote. And registering people to vote, it costs money. There's a higher price tag there. But getting folks signed up for vote by mail, there's already a very strong, ripe list. And there's also a list of voters here in the state of Florida who just need to be activated. They're registered and haven't participated in the elections process. Let's tap into those folks who have not been activated. Let's learn about what their needs are. And again, let's focus on the 2028 cycle, using the 2026 as an opportunity to just build infrastructure and rebuild the infrastructure that's needed.
I wish they would just listen to you. Unfortunately, we have the leadership that we have right now, and it pains me that they're spending $20 million on this outdated mode, which is already, it's just like burning money. They literally have chosen to burn $20 million. Old strategies for old people who remain committed to the old way of life, not realizing that this is a generation that demands transformation and reformation, not restoration. I'm going to bring in Lev Parnas for 5 minutes, but first I'm going to let you go, Jasmine, but you have to first shamelessly promote yourself.
Absolutely. You can learn more about my organization, Equal Ground Education Fund, at equal-ground.com. And you can find us across all social media at Equal Ground FL, including here on Substack. We are looking to build that up. And if you all want to invest in the work that we're doing, you can also do that on our website as well. Thank you so much for having me today. I really do appreciate it.
No, thank you so much, Jasmine. And I appreciate it. And I just shared a link. That's Jasmine, everyone. Everyone go to Equal Ground. Thank you so much. I'll have this up later today. And I want to bring in Lev now just for 5 minutes. Thank you, Jasmine. Lev, I got 5 minutes
That's
real
a pleasure.
quick.
And you should.
All right. Well, that's the part I wanted to see. And then, since we're talking about, what's being done in individual states to counteract the effects of the Supreme Court VRA decision, it's Louisiana versus Calais. Of course, in Tennessee House approves congressional map to eliminate Democratic held seat. Literally, they're going to get rid of the last Democratic district in Tennessee. And of course, that district is in and around Memphis, major, black voter district. So Republicans in state could hold a 9-0 advantage in the U.S. House with their new map after the Supreme Court weakened the Voting Rights Act last week. So I don't know what to say other than I think black people in America, especially in the South, are kind of between a rock and a hard place. The difficulty is that black people in the South tend to vote Democrat for very good reasons, in my opinion. I think that Republicans, especially in the South and places like Louisiana and Florida, Republicans tolerate racists without calling it out at all. And there are black people who are not going to stand for that. Even if the Democrats are not perfect, they have their own problems with race. But embracing openly racist people, I'm not voting for a party that openly does it. Now, there can be exceptions. If I have a friend of mine years ago, we used to talk about his desire to run for office, and he was a Republican, but I was in the Navy with him. We'd been through quite a bit, and I know him personally, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I'd vote for him just because I know what he's made of. But barring someone that I know personally or very well or something like that, no. And Democrats in the South, or black people in the South, are between a rock and a hard place. Vote with a party who doesn't particularly understand or acknowledge some of the historical problems with American culture and the legal system, the government, etc. A party that basically wants to pretend that everything like the Constitution is colorblind, in spite of documented history. I know I'm not going to vote for that. So it's also a way of punishing black voters in the South because they are staunchly Democrat. So, two birds with one stone. You get to be partisan and use partisanship to mask your racist project. And I'm not saying all Republicans are racist, or not even like most Republicans, I imagine, aren't. However, if you're in politics, you know the deal. You get to be partisan, and if you happen to have a racist aim, that gets satisfied too. So that's where we are. But where there's a will, there's a way. Funny thing about American history and just kind of the way karma works. Minnesota this past winter, last early spring and winter, perfect example of how karma works. When you get very Caucasian people just getting killed for no apparent reason at all of a sudden, ICE, the training is changing and they're pulled out, and all of a sudden ICE in Minnesota is cooperating with local officials. This only happens when non-minority Americans start getting killed. Same thing, something similar happened with the opioid crisis. We went through a whole crack epidemic, and people, the answer was a crime bill. You have, white males in particular in the heartland of America, and all of a sudden you're getting a president who is acknowledging a quote epidemic and sending money out there to fight this epidemic. Shit, Trump is killing people in the Caribbean, because all of a sudden drugs, the war on drugs is being taken seriously. And I may be cynical about it, but I think if anybody's paying attention, what time it is in American culture. So anyway, that's what Tennessee's doing. Just naked. They're not going to even pretend that they're not going to even pretend that anything is going to be fair. All right, so let's get into the elephant in the room, and that is our president, Donald Trump. And I figured I'd start with Heather Cox Richardson because she did a really good job with her newsletter last night of summarizing where we are as far as this Iran war goes. So I'm going to start with this, then I'll get into some individual news stories.
May 6th, 2026. By Heather Cox Richardson. It has not been a banner day for members of the Trump administration. Evan Hill, Jarrett Lay, Alex Horton, Tara Kopp, and Dan Lamott of the Washington Post reported that Iranian strikes since February 28th, when U.S. and Israeli airstrikes began, have caused far more damage to U.S. military sites in the Middle East than Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the U.S. government have admitted. While the damage from the Iranian strikes,
I commented on this yesterday. It is a real shame when you wind up depending on European satellite sources and Iranian satellite sources to make an actual assessment of damage done. I'm wondering if Pete Hegseth is going to survive this. I've heard, kind of rumors in the background that a lot of this stuff was not revealed to Donald Trump. And hell, if the president isn't going to get curious and double check stuff, as Reagan used to say, trust but verify, then, of course you're going to try and pull the wool over his eyes. Hegseth might not survive this.
Which have killed and wounded service members, is itself important. So is the underlying story. The U.S. government is hiding the true cost of the war in Iran from the American people. The journalists note that it is unusually difficult to get satellite imagery from the Middle East right now because less than 2 weeks into the war, the U.S. government asked two of the largest commercial providers of satellite imagery, Vanter and Planet, to limit, delay, or indefinitely withhold the publication of imagery of the region while the war is ongoing. The companies complied, forcing the journalists to turn to high-resolution satellite imagery published by Iran's state-affiliated media, cross-checking it with lower-resolution imagery from the satellite system the European Union uses. Global Affairs journalist David Rothkopf wrote today in the Daily Beast, "Not since Vietnam have we seen a more systematic effort by an administration to lie about the nature, costs, consequences, and results of a war than we have seen from the White House on Iran." Early this morning, Barack Ravid of Axios, who often reports information from White House insiders, wrote that the White House believed it was close to a memorandum of understanding with Iran that would end the war and lay the groundwork for future negotiations over Iran's nuclear program, although there was plenty of hedging in the article. Once again, there were fortuitously timed trades before the story broke. Adam Kobaisi's Kobaisi letter, which comments on global capital markets, noted that about 70 minutes before the Axios story, someone took about $920 million worth of crude oil shorts and bet the market would drop, meaning they promised to provide about 10,000 contracts for oil at the current price. Within 2 hours, oil prices had fallen more than 12%, making the entity a profit of about $125 million. On social media, Trump's account continued to whipsaw between pressing for an end to the war and threatening apocalyptic destruction if Iran doesn't agree to U.S. demands. Assuming Iran agrees to give what has been agreed to, which is perhaps a big assumption, he wrote, the already legendary Epic Fury will be at an end, and the highly effective blockade will allow the Hormuz Strait to be open to all, including Iran. If they don't agree, the bombing starts, and it will be, sadly, at a much higher level and intensity than it was before. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. The administration's shifting justifications and claims about the Iran war are dizzying, Ben Finley, Matthew Lee, and Farnish Amiri of the Associated Press wrote today. Yesterday, after calling the war concluded, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth spent the day selling Trump's Project Freedom to open the Strait of Hormuz, only to have Trump call Project Freedom off with a post on social media. Moshe Gaines, Courtney Kuba, Andrea Mitchell, Natasha Lebedeva, and Daniel Arkin of NBC News reported tonight that Trump's abrupt about-face came after Saudi Arabia told the U.S. it would not permit the U.S. military to use Saudi airspace for the operation. This afternoon, the U.S. fired on an Iranian oil tanker as it tried to pass through the U.S. blockade, and Israel launched strikes on a suburb of Lebanon's capital, Beirut. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi said today that China is deeply distressed by the conflict and called for a ceasefire. We believe that a comprehensive ceasefire is urgently needed, that a resumption of hostilities is not acceptable, he said. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi was in China today, where he met with Wang. Trump is due to visit China on May 14th. Trump wants a solution to the Iran war before that meeting, and the Iranians know it, giving them leverage over a deal. This evening, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, *MB Galibaf, posted, Operation Trust Me Bro failed. Now back to routine with Operation Foxios.
Yeah, that was actually pretty
Hegseth
funny.
is not the only...
If people don't know this, the Iranians have been trolling Trump in social media. And they're pretty funny, actually. Operation... Excuse me, man. I'm eating saltines here. So let's see. Do I need to go any farther with this? Oh, yeah. There's one other thing that I wanted to point out, and I'll talk about that next. What's up, Calvin? So I'm gonna go ahead. This is another thing that to me was fairly disturbing. And I was wondering why Trump, he was talking about escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and then all of a sudden he reversed his position. Well, as it turned out, Saudi Arabia said, no, we will not let you use the bases and the airspace to support this idea of taking over the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why. So, that's why Trump reversed. Donald Trump has gotten the United States and our overpriced military. We are being dictated to by Saudi Arabia. We are being manhandled by Iran, and the dog, we are the tail, and Israel is the dog. Or maybe it's the other way around. Israel's the tail, and we're being wagged. We're the dog being wagged by the tail. This is thoroughly embarrassing, and I honestly don't know why more, quote, patriots are not having a problem with this. Saudi Arabia told us you can't use your bases, you can't use our airspace. What the fuck is up with that? So it says here on Sunday, President Trump announced Project Freedom via Truth Social to break the Iranian blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. But Saudi Arabia immediately closed its airspace in the Prince Sultan Air Base to the United States. This is according to NBC News. Saudi Arabia was reportedly caught off guard as the president bypassed traditional diplomatic channels to announce the mission, prompting Riyadh to suspend United States military access to critical infrastructure. Because the United States requires regional airspace for logistics, this closure neutralized the defensive umbrella the Pentagon planned for commercial shipping, leaving fighter jets without necessary geographic positioning. A call between President Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed failed to resolve the impasse. So Trump framed the operational halt as a short pause to evaluate potential diplomatic mediation by Pakistan. While the White House maintains that regional allies were briefed in advance, diplomats from Oman and other Gulf states suggest they were informed only after the public declaration. So basically, Trump got his ass spanked by the Saudis. What is up with that? I thought we were the intimidators, and all the other countries were intimidated by our mighty military and our manly man president. This Trump and his administration are an embarrassment to the United States on the world stage. And I have one more thing. I guess I talked about it yesterday, where we're asking for China's help in the Strait of Hormuz. What? I'm just like, I'm confused. Are we actually the awesome superpower that Hegseth and Trump say we are? Or are we the dog being wagged by a Middle Eastern tail? So Trump sees swift end to war as Iran reviews U.S. peace proposal. Well, at this stage of the game, I'm not going to pay attention to what Trump says. He's been wrong so far. Here's another thing that was disturbing. U.S. intelligence says Iran can outlast Trump's Hormuz blockade 4 months. A confidential intelligence community assessment delivered to the White House also finds that Iran retains a substantial missile and drone arsenal. What the fuck have we been bombing? I heard somewhere that we'd bombed like 13,000 targets or something, some enormous number, tens of thousands. But they still have enough missiles and drones for a few months? What on earth? How does our intelligence know this, but the military didn't get around to dealing with it? once again, this Trump administration is incompetent. They are an embarrassment, and they're turning the United States into they're turning us into the world's lol cow. Is that the term? Let's see. What are my thoughts? Kelvin is asking me, what are my thoughts on the Megan Clay situation? I need you to make sense out of all this. I don't care about it, for starters. I will never understand why young Black people, or just young people in general, they seem so willing to live their lives vicariously through celebrities. They're not like us. Okay, Clay and Megan have way more money, way more clout than I do. I can't make sense out of their lives because I have no clue how they live. They are above my pay grade. However, I did hear somebody, it might have been Voice of Venus. Somebody made the point that, they weren't engaged. They had only been dating for like months. So if you, and I don't know the details, don't care, haven't been reading about it. I know it happened probably because I watch Nightish every now and again. He keeps up with all that. He keeps up with the YN world news. But I'm assuming there was no ring or anything involved. Can you really cheat when you're dating? Now, I don't know. Maybe they had I've heard of people, and shit, I've been like this, hey, you know what? Let's talk about this. I don't really want to date anyone else. I'm kind of, want to work on this relationship. Maybe there was that kind of commitment, but barring something like that, can you really cheat if you're not engaged or married? Is it really cheating? So that's my thoughts. Incomplete as they are. You'll have to ask Nightish or one of those culture guys about it. I don't really have thoughts on it. All right, so U.S. intelligence says Iran could last for months because they got a whole stockpile of drones and missiles. I'm not going to get too deep into this, but this was an interesting opinion piece. David French, who we will see more of later in this show, he's basically saying that Donald Trump sees the world as like everything's a transaction to him. Donald Trump does not understand true believers. So we'll play a little bit of this if there's an audio component, but I agree with this. Donald Trump is the kind of guy who thinks that everybody has a price. And that's why he thought Iran was going to be like Venezuela. You hit them hard enough and they'll buckle and want to do a deal. Dude, anybody, you don't have to be like a high level president or intelligence specialist to understand that Muslims and evangelicals of all types, evangelical Christians of all types, they are true believers. They will die. They will martyr themselves for their belief, and you cannot buy them. People like Donald Trump don't understand that.
The kind of men who flummox Trump. This article is by David French and read by an automated voice. The Iran war has revealed President Trump's true weakness. There is a kind of person who truly flummoxes Trump, the person he just can't understand, the true believer. Trump's central political insight, and perhaps his key political advantage, is that he understood that Americans weren't quite cynical enough about many of our politicians. As much as we already thought they placed power over principle, we didn't know the half of it. He could see our politicians more clearly.
I wish he had stated it better. Donald Trump just basically took advantage of American culture's essential optimism. David French, I guess, as a you can't really write this in the New York Times. David French has some problems himself. He tends to be, apparently fairly naive himself. And there's a reason I'm saying this, which you will see later. Donald Trump basically took American optimism and monetized it. And I guess if you want to take a very historical view, America may learn from this Donald Trump experience. I don't think we'll ever trust presidents the way we used to again. Donald Trump will be, that historical archetype where, people were going to go nevermore. He will be the archetype for a bad president, more than likely. Andrew Johnson is the other one. He's a cautionary tale. I think Donald Trump is our latest historical or future historical example of a cautionary tale. Oh, we'll listen to a couple more minutes of this.
Clearly than we could. Perhaps because he'd spent a lifetime in their presence, writing them large checks while hearing their empty promises. And he showed it by placing a big carrot and a giant stick in front of the Republican political class, and then we watched as virtually everyone fell in line. It's worth emphasizing the size of the carrot and the stick. First, the carrot. Joining with Trump doesn't just mean that you gain access to the room where it happens, to use Lin-Manuel Miranda's memorable phrase. For a substantial number of supporters, it means access to a degree of autonomy and impunity that's virtually unknown in modern American politics. As Corey Lewandowski was reported to have said when he was at the Department of Homeland Security, "I'm not worried. I do whatever the FK I want. DJT will pardon me." Joining with Trump gave Republican elites access to wealth and power more reminiscent of a banana republic than a constitutional democracy. But it was about more than just joining with Trump. The deeper your devotion, the greater your opportunity. Deep devotion, not personal accomplishment, became the single most important qualification for high office. Write a series of children's books praising King Donald, for example, and you could become FBI director. Conversely, break with Trump, and you'd face a personal and professional apocalypse.
Oh shoot! You know what? I was on mute. Damn it. I was gonna say, I don't understand how people, even on YouTube, are still like so pro-Trump. Mariah, you'll remember overnight being in Seymour's his chat, where they wanted to attempt to roast me for being a Democrat, he and Solid Snake. I'm thinking to myself, really? You got Donald Trump in office fucking up a war with the world's most biggest, best funded, and technically advanced military, and he still can't win it after 2 months, and you want to roast me about being a Democrat? It's like how truly dumb are y'all? Y'all are just truly just, I don't even know how to describe the audacity of stupid people is just, it's breathtaking. So anyway, Donald Trump, he's got a bunch of fourth-rate people. He's already ruined the Justice Department. Looks like the Defense Department and our military are going to be this another casualty of this Trump administration. It's truly, it makes me sad as a Navy veteran because I know what we're capable of. To this day, some of the smartest people I've ever met were out there leading the Navy, enlisted and officer. So let us move on. Rubio meets Pope amid U.S. tensions with the Vatican. The meeting at the Vatican followed President Trump's condemnation of Pope Leo. Oh my goodness! Is this the 14th? Leo the 14th? Damn, I almost forgot my Roman numerals. For opposing the war in Iran. By the way, I remember like second or third grade is when we started learning Roman numerals, and it took me a minute to switch into Roman mode. So this is 3 minutes. Might as well play it. And by the way, I don't have a problem with these AI voices. Some people seem to, but it saves my voice from going out.
Rubio meets Pope amid U.S. tensions with Vatican. This article is by Motoko Rich and read by an automated voice. Amid growing tensions between President Trump and Pope Leo XIV, the pontiff met privately with Secretary of State Marco Rubio at the Vatican on Thursday morning. They discussed the situation in the Middle East and topics of mutual interest in the Western Hemisphere, according to a statement from Tommy Pigott, the spokesman for the State Department. The meeting, in the Pope's private library at a palace that overlooks St. Peter's Basilica, took place days after President Trump escalated his attacks on Leo, who has consistently criticized the U.S.-Israeli-led war in Iran. The Pope, the first from the United States, has emerged as a spiritual counterweight to Mr. Trump's leadership, encouraging American bishops to support immigrants amid a Trump administration crackdown and condemning the administration's military ambitions in the Middle East. President Trump told a conservative talk show host on Tuesday that Pope Leo was endangering a lot of Catholics, and that the Pope would rather talk about the fact that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, and I don't think that's very good. Pope Leo, speaking later to reporters who had asked about the president's latest remarks, said that if someone wants to criticize me for proclaiming the gospel, let him do so truthfully. The Church for years has spoken against all nuclear weapons, so there's no doubt there. And so I hope simply to be listened to for the value of the words of God. Mr. Rubio, speaking at the White House at a press briefing also on Tuesday, said that the president doesn't understand why anybody, leave aside the Pope, would think that it's a good idea for Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon. The Pope has never said that it would be a good idea for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. On Thursday, Mr. Rubio was accompanied to the Vatican by his wife, Jeanette Duzda B. Rubio. The secretary then met one-on-one with the Pope. A photo released by L'Osservatore Romano, a Vatican-owned newspaper, showed the secretary sitting to the side of the Pope's desk, apparently listening in concentration while the Pope spoke. In the State Department statement,
Yeah, I'm not interested in the State Department statement. I will say one thing though. It is weird to hear the Pope speak like with an American accent. You know, I've heard him speak Italian. I guess I've heard him speak Latin, but he spoke like, American English, obviously. But it was just kind of disconcerting. Usually, up till now, popes had, when they spoke English, it was with a heavy, either Italian or Polish or South American accent. And hearing a guy talk like somebody, you'd meet on the street of Chicago, it struck me as refreshing, I guess. All right, well, let's talk about another cabinet member, our FBI director, also known as Number 9, Kash Patel's personalized bourbon stash. This dude, basically, Kash Patel has personalized bottles of Woodford Reserve, which is a kind of a mid-tier bourbon. But the dude hands out bottles of booze as like calling cards. And I read a good bit of this article. Kash Patel, I don't see Kash Patel lasting past the summer. Okay, how unprofessional could you possibly be? And what's really funny about this story is that they wrote about, Kash Patel, possibly having a drinking problem or something. And all these people were talking to this lady who's an Atlantic reporter. Her name's Sarah Fitzpatrick. And instead of people, Kash Patel says, you know what? I'm going to do a libel suit against the Atlantic and Ms. Fitzgerald for $250 million. Well, in supposedly, this hasn't been confirmed, but they're launching an investigation into who leaked all these stories. Well, instead of people being scared away from volunteering information, people are still calling her with stories about Kash Patel. And this is one of the stories. I guess it's been verified. Well, shit, there's the bottle right there. Dude has just gone. I don't even know what to call this, but this is like the most unprofessional thing I think I've ever heard that a law enforcement, and the FBI is like the crown jewel of law enforcement. Like every cop, wants to be an FBI agent. If you go from being, local cop to FBI agent, that's like a major upgrade in law enforcement status. And Kash Patel, much like Hegseth is doing with the Defense Department, and what's her name did with the Justice Department. I guess you could make the argument that they're democratizing these federal agencies, kind of bringing them down instead of chock full of, egg-headed experts. You got more common folk running it. But do we really want that? Don't we want the best and the brightest leading things like the FBI, the Justice Department, or the Defense Department. And yeah, I'm still calling it the Defense Department. It hasn't been officially changed to the War Department. These are institutions where people lose their lives. You want competent people, if not outright experts, running these institutions where oftentimes lives are at stake. You know, these are existential. These are the type of institutions where f-ups can be an existential like issue. So we gotta, some of these people just need to go. Why Kash Patel is still there at this state, I don't know. I suspect when this lawsuit gets thrown out, for surely it will, because he's a public figure, and apparently she's got like documented like stuff. She can verify all this stuff. So Kash Patel, he's just trying to save face with Trump as far as I'm concerned. All right, well, let's move on from, the Trump administration's incompetent cabinet members to this. This is interesting. Judge denies Fulton County's request to return 2020 ballots seized by FBI. A U.S. judge ruled that the Justice Department can keep 2020 election ballots seized by the FBI during an investigation into potential election fraud in Fulton County, Georgia. The judge determined that there were flaws in the FBI affidavit used to obtain the search warrant, but not enough to constitute callous disregard and require the ballots to be returned. The ruling allows the FBI to continue its investigation into whether election records were improperly handled or if residents were defrauded, despite the statute of limitations potentially expiring. We'll see how that turns out. I suspect they'll find nothing. And speaking of election fraud, because if you'll recall, Rudy Giuliani was knee deep in the 2020 election here in Georgia. He literally lost a civil suit, which basically bankrupted him, to two election workers in Georgia. He lost it outright. And consequently, if you haven't heard, he's in his health took a bad turn. Last I heard, he's in critical but stable condition in the hospital somewhere in New York. He wound up just getting sued the shit out of. He had to like give up like autographed baseballs in a Mercedes. He had like an antique Mercedes he had to give up. That's how bad he got nailed in this lawsuit. So consequently, Giuliani seeks to have health care covered by 9/11 program. The former New York City mayor, who is improving after a serious case of pneumonia, suffers from a respiratory condition linked to his exposure to toxins at Ground Zero, his spokesman says. That's interesting. I don't doubt it, but I guess my comment is, oh, how the mighty have fallen. Before he hooked up with the Trump administration, whether he was a kind of a crackpot or not, his reputation as, quote, America's mayor is pretty solid, and he has just taken his legacy and he just flushed it down that golden toilet with all these other people who've been associated with that 2020 election. It's a damn shame, but when you what is it? When you deal with the devil, you get burned, or whatever the aphorism is. I found this story, it's an opinion piece, to be interesting. I do recall that at one point, Trump wanted to send the National Guard into San Francisco, and a bunch of Republican, like Silicon Valley types, basically said, "No, Trump, we don't want you to do this." Because the Democratic mayor is actually doing a good job. And so Trump, basically listened to his supporters. I guess they were donors, and did not send in the troops. And Democrat Daniel Lurie is using technology to make the city safe again. I'm trying to think. I have a buddy of mine who lives out in San Francisco. I'm going to send him this article and see what he thinks. He's a conservative. But we'll listen to a little bit of it. It's interesting that this guy seems to be getting crime under control.
You're listening to Why is Trump Backing Off San Francisco? These results. An opinion piece written by Max Raskin and read by Rebecca, an AI-generated voice. Max Raskin is a co-founder of Eurus Acquisitions and a fellow at New York University School of Law. President Donald Trump was preparing to deploy troops to San Francisco last fall until friends talked him out of it. Great people like Jensen Huang, Mark Benioff, and others have called, saying that the future of San Francisco is great, he said in a Truth Social post. The National Guard wouldn't march on the city, it's fair to say, because of one man, Daniel Lurie. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard, Trump later said of the city's mayor. I'm a Republican who has been investing in San Francisco real estate for the past 2 years and have seen firsthand that the president is right to give Lurie a chance. The mayor's playbook, which combines back-to-basics governance with new tools like drones and facial recognition, has been working. As Lurie said again last fall, San Francisco is on the rise. Other blue city mayors should take notes. I've interviewed Lurie twice before, first during the pits of San Francisco's doom loop in 2024, when he was running for mayor, and again a year later, several months after he'd been in office. This time, in early April, we talked crime. Lurie, 49, is quick to point out that his city doesn't exist in a bubble. We have long-standing partnerships with the federal and state governments to get drugs and drug dealers off the street, and we've doubled down on that work under my administration. Recognizing the value of that cooperation is unusual for a Democrat, but Lurie isn't interested in political stunts or turning away badly needed resources for his city. When the mayor took office in January 2025, families didn't feel safe. Carjackings, robberies, and gun assaults were at unacceptable levels, with deaths from drug overdoses peaking in 2023 and the city struggling with a plague of homeless encampments. This disaster was an ideological choice. If states are the laboratories of democracy, cities had become its meth labs. San Francisco spent the COVID era limiting the tools and tactics available to law enforcement. In 2019, it became the first major U.S. city to ban police from using facial recognition technology. The 8-1 vote was a knee-jerk response to an innovation that has since become a ubiquitous feature on phones and in airports and office lobbies. Aaron Peskin, the city supervisor who sponsored the bill, said the city had an outsized responsibility to regulate the excesses of technology because San Francisco was viewed as the headquarters of U.S. innovation. The posturing led to an outsized increase in the crime rate and an outsized population exodus from the Bay Area. By the time Lurie ran for mayor, voters had already begun to reconsider their role as guinea pigs in a progressive social experiment. In March 2024, San Franciscans passed Proposition E, a kitchen sink ballot initiative that gave flexibility to the city's police department. It eased restrictions on the use of drones and facial recognition for law enforcement, more or less overriding the city's 2019 ordinance. The The proposition also reduced paperwork and allowed the police department to adopt new technology without prior approval from the Board of Supervisors. This was San Francisco's glasnost. Perhaps its most interesting outcome has been the expanded use of drones and license plate readers. The city's Real-Time Investigation Center, originally launched in 2024 following Proposition E and expanded under Lurie's administration, is the central technology hub for law enforcement. Designed to coordinate the use of new tools without cumbersome bureaucracy, the center now controls the city's 400 public safety cameras, which include license plate reading technology. The tech center has assisted in more than 1,000 arrests in 2 years. San Franciscans made it clear they want the SFPD to use all the tools available to keep our city safe, Lurie says. We are using technology smartly and responsibly, catching criminals and getting dangerous people off San Francisco streets. To that end, drones, once a hobbyist's novelty, have become a core tool of law enforcement. The city is averaging 25 flights a day, and spending on the program increased more than 1,200% from 2024 to 2025, aided by a $9.4 million donation by crypto investor Chris Larson.
Actually, let me read ahead here because I'm interested to know if that is really annoying. Hold on one second here. Just give me one sec. I'm messing around with the setting here. This is really annoying. All right. So I want to read ahead here. What's up, Brian? To see if he has dealt with the sanctuary city issue. So he's dealt with crime. But they don't talk about if he's dealt with the sanctuary city stuff. Interesting. All right. Well, good for him. Looks like San Francisco may be some sort of model for other Democratic cities. And I'll definitely note it when people bring up how Democratic cities are a hotbed for crime. Of course, San Francisco is going to be one of those rare Democratic cities where the Black population is really small. That'll be how, like MAGA blacks will counteract my argument. But anyway, NCAA, this is the last news article, at least that I'm aware of. NCAA is going to expand to 76 teams. I guess versus what, 50? No, 68. If I were them, I'd go ahead and just up it to 100 and see how that works out. But you know, I didn't even keep up. I don't really keep up with sports that much other than, you know, what's in the headlines. So it is interesting that they're expanding for those who care. Yeah, I know Seashore, but the original joke was, and I don't even remember why. It was Sheshells. It was a joke, and I can't remember what the joke was. But what I did is I took that uh, post that Clarus did, and then combined it, obviously, with 8647, which is just a lawsuit, another lawsuit, or I'm sorry, another prosecution that's going to get thrown out of court. It'll be another L for the Trump Justice Department. But marrying those two just seemed funny to me at the time. All right. So we are going to go to the video portion of the show, and the theme roughly is going to be Supreme Court, more or less. But it's going to feature David French. He's going to be in 3 of the 4 videos. And then the 4th video, if we get to it, is going to be Ross Douthat talking about American decline. But I wanted to talk about, you know, it's going to center around the VRA Section 2 decision that the Supreme Court did. And then one interview with Justice Gorsuch talking about agreement on the court, you know, liberal versus conservative. And Gorsuch also has a new children's book out. They're trying to get them young, these conservatives are these days. And then this first video has Jamel, what's her name? Jamel Hill talking about David French. This just blew my mind. And Jamel Hill is just so dead on. I don't even watch Jamel's show often, but this popped up into my algorithm and I actually listened to it. And she is just so right. And it dovetails into something that I say quite a bit on this show about American culture. And I deal with it almost on a daily basis about how white people in particular, but a lot of black people too, just want to pretend that we are post-racial. John Roberts is another one who seems to think that we are past race issues in the United States. I think I've heard him actually say something like race is not an issue except, you know, like individuals. You know, every now and again you'll get individuals, but as far as systemically, everything's fine. We have rectified all our historical issues, and he couldn't be farther from correct. And this particular video here, this is like almost, in my opinion, it's almost like an archetype. So let's get everything all adjusted here so everybody can see it up close and personal. And by the way, I'm used to seeing her in braids. I think this might actually, well, I'm not going to say anything because I can never tell these things. It's an interesting look for her. I'll put it that way. I like it better than the braids, I guess.
I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with him, but This guy, his name is David French. David French is an opinion columnist for the New York Times, and he was on a show. I'm not sure exactly what show this is, but I think the insignia of the show is in the clip. Now, he was talking about how he came to understand that racism in America, the United States of America, was actually a problem. Take a listen to this.
Conservative. Yes. Now, I have changed on a couple of things. I have absolutely changed in my perception of the severity, lingering severity of race problems in this country. I've absolutely changed on that. And a lot of that is due to a very, very distinct and personal experience. We adopted a child from Ethiopia. This might sound super naive, but when we adopted our youngest daughter, I did not have in my mind that she was going to come to my community and have a substantially different experience as a child than my two older kids. But by golly, she had a substantially different experience. There was not a school that she went to where she was not called the N-word repeatedly.
Wow.
There was a point where I picked her up after a high school football game. This was in Nashville at a game at Montgomery Bell Academy, one of the highest end schools in all of Middle Tennessee. This is a very wealthy school. We went to pick her up and she was shaking. And her friend, who was a Latina, was shaking as well. And it was like, what happened? And she said a truck full of guys was screaming the N-word at us and drove straight for us. And they just swerved away at the very last second.
Holy cow.
All of a sudden, I realized that I'd been in a bubble and that my white, educated, upper middle class bubble in the South had really intentionally screened out racism.
Family. To give you some background on David French. David French was born in Alabama. He grew up in Kentucky. He's lived in Tennessee. But he didn't know racism was that bad. Total help me sing.
Let me also make a point that not only is it that bad, it's sublimated generally, or had been before Donald Trump got into office. You've heard the president. I think Americans, and I've said this before, and let me re-say it. There is almost no way you can be born into American culture and not be a racist. Okay. It doesn't matter. The only thing that's colorblind in the United States is the racism that's embedded in the culture. Black people are affected by it. White people are affected by it. Pretty much American culture is in the warp and weft of the American fabric. Racism is worn in. There is no way you can avoid it. You have to work to not be racist in American culture. It's almost like when they say it's an original sin, I take that almost literally. And you get smart people like David French, who's a Harvard-trained lawyer. He's an Ivy Leaguer from the South, and he is just figuring out that America, and I'm also going to say this, in my experience, the South is actually probably better to live in if you're going to consider racism. I'd rather live in the South. At least you know who doesn't like you. I think the North is worse, and I've never lived out West. So I'm not going to speak on it. But if I listen to people like C. Moore, and I have other friends who live in the San Diego area, if I'm listening to those people, it's as bad out there. But again, I don't have personal experience. So I don't know how anybody who has read a book or, is familiar with American culture can come to the conclusion or be surprised when you adopt a little Nigerian girl and she gets called the N-word at a football game. Why would you be surprised? And then I've got, actually, this reminded me on the topic of white, usually it's evangelicals, which David French is, white evangelicals adopting like African kids. I actually have a personal anecdote on that topic, which I've talked about before, but probably won't talk about today because I need to get through this show. This phenomenon of white people adopting, Madonna did it, adopting, African kids. I have a problem with that, given American culture's intrinsic problems with race. I don't think you're solving problems by doing it, but that's my personal opinion. It's probably fairly controversial. All right, so let's finish this, and then I'll find this other video that I want to play that I probably should have had ready anyway.
How you grow up as a white man in the South, in those states that I mentioned, but you didn't know racism was that bad? You are a white man bringing an Ethiopian child to the Deep South, but you ain't know racism was that bad? Pourquoi? Can y'all help me with this one? Pourquoi? Okay? You ain't know racism was that bad? I mean, you know what? Real quick, I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna look up when David French was born, because I think he was born. Let's see. When was this man born? Let me find it. He was born in 1969. So he was born on the heels of the civil rights movement. Still really, maybe not in the thick of it, but it's still a living, breathing thing. People are fighting for rights. And granted, I don't expect him to have a conscious memory like out the womb. But if you grew up in the Deep South in the 70s, at the least, you mean to tell me you ain't know about racism? Or you knew about it, but you didn't know it was that bad? You see this look on my face? Utter confusion. And so it's stuff like that, because I hear both sides of it. When this clip, it has gone viral since, as you might imagine. There was a lot of people, and before you ask, yes, they were, who said, I mean, at least he's admitting his truth. At least, he's come around. Family, let me tell you why I don't give a shit about him coming around. And this is no disrespect, but a little disrespect. You too old, too grown, too white, too Southern to not know the extent of racism. You're reading the books upside down? Look, I don't want to be too disrespectful, because this is a veteran, served the country. Thank you for doing that. But how you not know? And for that matter, for you to be that surprised, and you're a conservative, you ain't looking around your own party? Have you never had a conversation with anybody Black? Oh, okay. This is something that I learned in college when I went to Michigan State. And it was a thought I'd never had, because frankly, there was no reason for me to have it, because I grew up in Detroit. Detroit is a majority Black city, about 85% Black. That's the Detroit I grew up in. And Detroit is still that way now, about 80%. And so questions of identity in terms of understanding how white people looked at Black people, I didn't understand until I got to college. Because I go to Michigan State, 40,000 students, maybe 4,000 maybe are Black. So for the first time, my day-to-day is a minority situation. And you know, it was there that I understood certain racial dynamics and hostilities that I did not know before. And the one thing that was very apparent to me, literally my freshman year, was that white people largely were not curious about Black people. And what I mean by that is this. There's two white friends that I had that told me they had never heard of Malcolm X. This was stunning to me. I was like, I'm sorry, what? By that time in college, I'd read the autobiography of Malcolm X. I read extensively about our history. And granted, I had a bit of a cheat code because growing up in Detroit, I had primarily Black teachers. And I didn't even realize until I got to college that that wasn't a thing either, until talking to other Black people who were not lucky and fortunate enough to grow up in cities where they were the majority. And so they would be telling me like, oh, I only had 3 or 4 Black teachers throughout my whole schooling period. And especially when it got down to Black male teachers, that was practically like seeing a ghost. Meanwhile, I was very fortunate because I had several Black male teachers, and I can count on one hand the number of white teachers that I had in the Detroit public school system growing up. Less than 5, I'm sure. I'm gonna say somewhere between 3 and 5. So what I learned was that there was a very big gap into what we were learning between white people and Black people. They didn't know who Malcolm X was. The extent of their knowledge about Black history was Martin Luther King Jr. They knew the basics. Slaves was freed. Abe Lincoln, slaves was freed. Martin Luther King Jr., we good. That's what they knew. Now, not surprisingly, when it came to pop culture, well, they knew all the Black shit then. Snoop, all that. we talking the early to mid 90s, so knew a lot about Black music, didn't know a lot about Black people, didn't know a lot about Black history. Very, very apparent. And so I then understood that Black people and white people, the difference is that white people are able to create whole worlds with just themselves in it. They don't have to interact a lot during that time with people who do not look like them. And I know that to some degree, you could say the same about Black people because we do live in a segregated society. But here's the thing. Here's the difference. The difference is Black people have to learn about white people for survival. You know, it's kind of the same thing with gender, right? Men being in the dominant position, politically, socially, us being in a patriarchy, as women, and I'm using this loosely but pointedly, as women, we have to know our oppressor. We know them better than they know themselves. The same works with Black people. We have to know white people better than they know themselves in order to survive. So yes, we're curious and want to know about their worlds because we know eventually we have to deal with them. And I don't say that in an adversarial standpoint. I say it because it is a method of survival. We're all taught that in our households growing up Black. We're not taught to hate white people. Certainly not. My mother never taught me that. Most Black people are not.
Here, let me
be
pause this right quick. Because I figure I better deal with this before it gets too far out of hand. I make the comment that I think when it comes to race relations, that I have lived in the North and I am from Georgia and currently live in Georgia. I would much rather live in the South when it comes to race relations than I would in the North. And I have no need to defend that. Anybody who has any clue about American culture would know why. But King Pix seems to be swimming in his own shallow ocean of ignorance. So I figure I'll help him out. Number one, just because someone's flying a Confederate flag does not mean they're in the Klan. I don't know where you would get that kind of notion from. And if you've ever been to West Virginia or Pennsylvania or Northern Virginia, you will find Confederate flags. The reason I mentioned the history of Indiana, at one point in time, Indiana had more registered Klan members than any other state in the Union. Indiana was literally like a hub for the Klan. So the idea that the Klan only exists in the South is just historically wrong and currently wrong. There's an old saying, and I've said it many times throughout the time we've been doing this show. Northerners love Black culture, but they hate individual Black people. Southerners hate Black culture, but they love individual Black people. And I've found that old saying to actually be true. At least in the South, you know what's what. Up north, sometimes you have to find out the hard way. So I will stand by my statement. Before you come to me and start using curse words and shit like that, King Pix, you actually need to know something. And if you don't want to do research to back up your stupidity, that's perfectly fine with me. Nobody's going to make you do research. But I know you're wrong, and you sound like a goddamn idiot if you think that the Klan doesn't exist in the North. You need to do some research before you start going CM level stupid. Now, let us continue with the video. And actually, while I'm at it, might as well do the commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the show, please subscribe. But before you comment on some point that you have no clue what you're talking about, please do your research, because I will roast your ass. And I don't care if I hurt feelings. Don't talk shit in my chat if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And support the show by supporting the host. I have Cash App, and now we have PayPal for all the foreigners who want to contribute to the show. If you do have show ideas that's contributing to the show, please email me at stanleyversustheworld@gmail.com. Spell out the versus. And I want to shout out Yeti, who has given me some stuff for this Saturday show, and Mela, who gave me a video that I will show. It's a show on blood types, a Black doctor talking about blood types, which I found pretty interesting. I will get around to showing it, Mela, if you're in the weeds. And then I want to thank the folks who have already contributed towards the Saturday show, namely SKC and Deacon Dave. Everyone join them in supporting the Sovereign Beer Fund, the Saturday show, and all the newspaper and Substack and all these subscriptions I have, just so I can keep up with news and research, and at least try and bring some relevant, if not useful, information. And I got one more thing I need to do here before I restart this video. I will drop all that information into the chat. Here you go. Here's all the information that I just talked about. All right, well, let's get back to this video, shall we? I don't know. Her eyes are really nice.
We are taught that when we're in their world, we have to play by their rules. What's the phrase we all learn? You got to work twice as hard. It what? Half as much. We're taught that for a reason, because our parents and our village understands that when we leave the comfort and safety of our neighborhoods, our communities, that when we go out into their world, they're going to be looking at us like we don't belong and we didn't earn our way there. And therefore, we got to work what? Twice as hard to get what? Half as much. We learned that. So we already had some sense, even if we didn't grow up around white people, about what the white world might look like for us. White people never got that. They never got that lesson or education because, one, why would they? They're the dominant force in the country. We are set up in a world that is catered to the needs and centers whiteness. We are in a racial hierarchy that elevates whiteness. So why would they ever have to learn about anything beneath the hierarchy? They wouldn't. And so that lack of curiosity, that lack of knowledge, all of that shows up. And so when I listened to David French, I thought about my experiences at Michigan State and how that was my introduction to what these dynamics are. So while it is completely believable that he would construct a world in the Deep South somehow, where he would be so oblivious to the racism around him that in his mind, the racism just wasn't that bad, even though you have no other reference point other than yourself and other than the other white people around you, who of course are going to say it's not that bad. You ain't asked nary a black person about their experience, which says something in itself. Because also when I got to college and being exposed to other cultures, I then began to see how we were all intertwined. Those of us who are under the umbrella of being not white. I got to see how that all worked together. One of my dear friends in college, a guy named Corey Takahashi, my homie. And I remember Corey, as me, him, and some other black students, we were just talking about our experiences on campus. Those of us who went to a predominantly white institution, a PWI, you know what I'm talking about. We are talking about our experiences on campus, micro and macro aggressions that we're facing. And Corey said something I had never thought about in terms of what the experience must be like for him. Corey said that one of the things that bothered him deeply was that he'll be in the computer lab and all of a sudden, white folks would just every 10, 15 minutes will come running up to him, asking him how to work a computer because they thought he worked there. They're like, hey, I'm having some trouble with this Mac over there. Can you help me? Because they thought he worked there because he was Asian. And he used to have us on the floor because he was like, yo, if another white person come up to me and ask me about how to work a computer, I'm going to hit their ass with a printer. Used to be rolling. And so he talked about a lot of the micro and macro aggressions that he faced on campus. And I learned something by asking Corey about his experiences. And this is something that I'm afraid white people just don't do. Not all. Sure, there are some that are curious about Latino culture, you know, Hispanic culture, Chinese, Korean culture, other than just from a surface level standpoint of to understanding what those experiences might look like for them in this country. But it takes a pretty deep, unselfish perspective to be able to do that. And so to hear David French say that is alarming. Also, if I were him, I'd be embarrassed by that. Especially, again, growing up and living in a region of the country that's so racially polarizing as the South. And so now, as we think about this in terms of the year of our Lord 2026, white people don't have any excuse to say or to think that racism isn't that bad or to not be aware. You have no excuse. We got books everywhere. We got documentaries. We got artificial intelligence. We have literally every method of education you could possibly want. You have zero excuse to carry around that kind of attitude of, I just didn't know. You don't get the I just didn't know anymore. That shit don't fly no more. And it's even worse because your job as a New York Times opinion columnist is to put the world in context for the people reading you. What kind of context are you providing them if you're telling us you didn't understand racism in America, in the South? Just pourquoi? Make it make sense, because it doesn't. Math ain't mathing. Ain't nothing making sense. 2 + 2 not equaling 4. None of that. And that can be very frustrating for Black people, for people of color in general, because we live this a lot. And I know that the common refrain is that if we just stop talking about it and thinking about it, it would be over. It's like, that ain't how usually racism works. Trust me, if Black people could wish it away, if we knew that tomorrow racism would stop, if we just shut up about it, we would have been silent a long fucking time ago. We would have done this a long time ago. Out of all the things that we tried, silence. Why didn't we think of that? Because this shit don't work. That's why. That's why we didn't do it. If it worked, we would have done it already. When we were enslaved, you don't think that somebody would have been like, hey, y'all, just be quiet. Don't say nothing about racism. And then slavery would have been over. We would have been done that if we could have. Duh, sorry we didn't think of that. Just wish it away. Huh? What? Do they know how absurd that sounds sometimes? So it is very disrespectful to us and very alarming and frustrating, because we constantly got to tell y'all fat meat ain't greasy, even while Crisco being poured on your ass. And we get tired of that. We get sick of it. Like, how many times we got to tell you? Surely somebody along the way told David French, you know, racism is kind of bad. Surely somebody did. But apparently not.
Shoot, I'm sorry, I was on mute. This is a companion piece to that, because I didn't realize David French had adopted a Nigerian child. So Karen Hunter basically says there's a lot of racist white people raising Black children. Let's hear what she has to say.
Let's go to Kevin and let's go to Carolyn in Michigan. Holding longer. Hey, Carolyn, welcome.
Hi. How you doing? I was surprised you picked me.
Yes,
the reason I was calling, I'm special. The reason I was calling about Amy Coney Barrett. Mm-hmm. She adopted 2 kids from Haiti. You wonder, what is she teaching in her household?
Do you wonder?
I wonder. I wonder about those children.
I don't wonder. I don't wonder. I don't doubt that she is not teaching them I don't think she's teaching them about Haitian culture, the Haitian Revolution. I don't think she's teaching them about their liberation. I don't think she's doing what Angelina Jolie made sure she did with all of the children that she adopted from those different countries, which was to immerse them in their culture to the point where Angelina Jolie's daughter pledged, AKA, she just went over and showed up to Founders Day or whatever. I forgot what event it was, but she gave a speech, and her daughter talked about the amount of love and support that she poured into her to know her herself. And I think she's from an African nation, but Angelina Jolie raised her to be a Black woman in America because she understood that she's a Black woman in America, and she made sure that she knew that she was Black. Okay, I don't think Amy Coney Barrett is doing that. Carolyn, do you think that she's doing that with those two children?
No, she's dividing her family. So she told her white kids, "You have rights," but these Black ones, no, I voted against them.
So here's the funny thing. We played a clip, or we talked about a clip last week. There's a lot of white people raising Black grandchildren in this country. There's a lot of Black grandchildren being raised by racist white people but they love their grandchildren. I believe, and I don't know if I'm correct here because this is not my experience, but if it is your experience, somebody call up and co-sign or not. This is all anecdotal. I have no stats on this. But I believe that they have made an exception category for their Black grandchildren or for their Black children, the children that they adopted. And maybe in their minds, they think those children are going to be privileged. Amy Coney Barrett's children are going to be, those Black children are going to be privileged. They're not going to be Black. They're going to be they're going to be a Supreme Court justice's child. They're not going to be Black children. they're going to be special children. You understand? Like they're her children. They're going to have the best education. They're going to have, access to things. They're probably going to go to the best schools. So why should she raise them to understand who they are, what their history is? They're her children. She adopted them. So and ostensibly, she's probably erased their culture. So it's easy for her to vote against their humanity because she doesn't see them as she would see me or you, Carolyn. At least that's my assessment. I don't know for sure. But what are your thoughts?
Karen, I think that too. And I just wanted to thank you for letting me. I wanted to thank you because I shouldn't do this, but I just want to thank you for Friday. And 100 people came over to my Graceful Moments Rising. And thank you.
Oh, listen, you're welcome. But I also think that shouldn't be special. Supporting one another should not be a special thing. It should be the norm. Do you know what I'm saying, Carolyn? Like, yes. That should be how we move, period.
Yeah.
But you're welcome.
My thing is to lift people up and just, let them know that they are loved. And no matter what's going on around us, we are better than what they say we are.
We're ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that when you speculate like that, you go out on a limb that probably shouldn't go out on those types of limbs, to be honest. Let's see. All right, here's the next video. Now, this is the man that Jamel Hill was talking about. He is interviewing Neil Gorsuch. Whoops. You know what? Did I screw something up here? I'm sorry. I messed up here. Here we go. So here we go. This is Neil Gorsuch. talking to David French.
Author Janie Nitze about their new children's book about the Declaration of Independence. I jumped at the chance for a couple of reasons. One, I'm always happy to talk about the American founding. And number two, it's always a wonderful opportunity to talk to a justice of the Supreme Court and to get to know more about where they're coming from and what they think. So the conversation you're about to hear was very interesting, but I have to give you some caveats. When you talk to a judge, it is not like talking to a politician. You cannot talk about pending cases. You can't talk about facts or circumstances that might be pending cases. And you definitely, absolutely cannot talk about politics. But the conversation was very rich and very interesting, even with those caveats. I talked to Justice Gorsuch about his approach to originalism. I talked to him about his Native American jurisprudence. I talked to him about his approach to writing opinions. There is a lot in here. So I'd invite you to listen to this conversation, give it some thought, and then in the comments, tell me what you think. Justice Gorsuch, thanks for being here.
David, it's a pleasure to be with you.
I have to say, it was a really fun trip down memory lane for me to read your book, which is called Heroes of 1776. It's arriving right at the 250th. And it's a beautifully illustrated book about the Declaration of Independence. And for me, it was a trip down memory lane because it reminded me of my childhood. What ignited my love for American history were books just like this. They were called American Heritage Illustrated. I remember them. And it made me curious, what is it that instilled your interest in the Constitution?
Hold on one sec. I want to switch to this one. If I can figure
Lie down on this couch and analyze yourself. But I'll take a shot at it.
Okay,
I'll take a shot at it.
Sorry, I'm.
When I had the opportunity to
wanna
interview
switch
Justice
from
Neil
YouTube
Gorsuch
to the
and
New
his
York
co-author
Times.
Janie Nitze about their new children's book about the Declaration of Independence, I jumped at the chance for a couple of reasons. One, I'm always happy to talk about the American founding. And number two, it's always a wonderful opportunity to talk to a justice of the Supreme Court and to get to know more about where they're coming from and what they think. So the conversation you're about to hear was very interesting, but I have to give you some caveats. When you talk to a judge, it is not like talking to a politician. You cannot talk about pending cases. You can't talk about facts or circumstances that might be pending cases. And you definitely, absolutely cannot talk about politics. But the conversation was very rich and very interesting, even with those caveats. I talked to Justice Gorsuch about his approach to originalism. I talked to him about his Native American jurisprudence. I talked to him about his approach to writing opinions. There is a lot in here. So I'd invite you to listen to this conversation, give it some thought, and then in the comments, tell me what you think. Justice Gorsuch, thanks for being here.
David, it's a pleasure to be with you.
I have to say, it was a really fun trip down memory lane for me to read your book, which is called Heroes of 1776. It's arriving right at the 250th. And it's a beautifully illustrated book about the Declaration of Independence. And for me, it was a trip down memory lane because it reminded me of my childhood. What ignited my love for American history were books just like this. They were called American Heritage Illustrated. I remember them. And it made me curious, what is it that instilled your interest in the Constitution of the United States and our founding?
David, my story is very much like yours. And that's exactly why Janie and I wrote this book, right? Is to try and inspire the next generation.
Right.
To see the great ideas in our Declaration, their promise, and also the responsibilities that come with it, and maybe inspire them through some stories about some of the framers they know, but maybe some they don't know, that might inspire them to pick up the baton themselves.
Yeah. I mean, for me, that was the effect. I would read these stories. I would capture my imagination. And in reading your book and going through your book, there were two parts that really stood out to me. And I want to dive into both of them, the process and the results, which exactly is how lawyers think about these things, process and result. The first was the process of actually writing the Declaration and the way in which John Adams handed the pen to Thomas Jefferson, and how much this Declaration really was coming from the mind and heart of Thomas Jefferson. And so talk to a little bit about this process. How is it that Jefferson got the pen?
Well, so they fought over it. And not the way you're thinking, though, right? Just the opposite. So the story goes, and this is from Adams. This is his own letters that he wrote about it afterwards. And Adams said, I will not. And you should do it for 3 reasons. For other reasons. He said, 1, I am suspected, obnoxious, and unpopular. You are very much otherwise. 2, you're a Virginian. And a Virginian should be seen to be head of this business.
I stop you right there?
No, let me finish 3.
Okay,
Let me finish 3.
Okay.
We can talk about 2. 2 is very important, but so is 3. He said, you write 10 times better than I do. And Jefferson said, all right, I'll do it. All right, now you can tell.
Okay, well, was that humility or strategy or a combination to say that Jefferson writes?
Well, I think number 1 is humility, for sure, and probably true. All right. Number 2 was strategic, for sure. Right? I mean, you had the Boston Tea Party and all the goings on in Lexington and Concord. What is it to a Virginian, right? You got to drag everybody along. And you have to remember, all right, everybody thinks we live in divided times. Fine, we are, whatever, we can talk about that. But back then, only about 40% of the country was backing the Patriot cause, even in June and July of 1776. Another percent were devoted loyalists. And then the balance of the country was somewhere in between. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So Virginia nationalizes this, in other words.
Yes.
It takes it away from being a Massachusetts rebellion, those ornery Puritans, and it turns into an American revolution. Now, the other thing that struck me is Jefferson kind of squirrels away and does the writing on his own. And so these really seminal words, this American, mission statement, we're endowed by our creator with certain inalienable rights. This really does seem to be the Jefferson's heart expressed on paper, not writing by committee.
Well, there's some of that too.
Later on,
This
right?
is later on, and he called them mutilations, what people did to it, all right? We think of the Declaration as this wonderful mutilations. Anyway, but yes, he locked himself in rooms he had rented from a bricklayer on the outskirts of Philadelphia. And he did it in 2 weeks. And he said he didn't consult any book or pamphlet. He tried merely to come up with an expression of the American mind. And I don't think he was thinking about just his mind. I think he was thinking about how people were thinking at the time. And in that, he came up with 3, I think, perfect ideas. That we're all created equal, every one of us. And that each of us has inalienable rights given to us by God, not privileges from government. And that we have a right to rule ourselves. And those ideas were incredible.
Once again, you have what Ted Sturmer would call either conservative or liberal, I guess in this case, conservative nationalists. Okay, I often find it hard to believe that someone can literally sit there and emphasize the point about all men created equal when we know the actual history. They meant all men that they recognized as, worthy to be men. Even on the face of it, when they came up with voting, at one point in time, you had to be a property owner to even vote. So that's not all men created equal. It just amazes me that people can sit there and be so earnest about something that is so demonstrable or I won't say demonstrably false. I will say it's demonstrably debatable. There were all kinds of exceptions to that all men thing. And these people can sit there with a straight face. And I think a religion has a lot to do with it. Most of the people up on that court, with probably at least 2 exceptions, are fairly religious, and they actually believe this shit. They believe about the divine, the divine inspiration And they will say, well, no, maybe at the time all men weren't, but we're an evolving project, and eventually we're working towards perfection. And that's all just like rhetoric to me. But my cynicism aside, I guess.
Incredibly radical at the time. We forget that. We think of them as the air we breathe. But in 1776 in Europe, it was a shockwave.
Yeah.
Right? A British newspaper said Americans had declared for themselves an unalienable right to speak nonsense.
So the second part, we talked about process. There's also results, outcome. What was striking to me is about the last third of the book is about the costs that were paid. That we had, we look back on the Revolutionary War as a glorious victory, and it was, but at terrible cost. So talk about a little of the cost that the signers of the Declaration endured.
Before we leave process.
Okay.
All right.
Let's not leave process too soon.
We're lawyers, all right? You forget that it wasn't like they snapped judgment. It was unanimous, right? We don't talk about this nearly enough. The people behind the Declaration. And it's, to my mind, it's always the people and the humanity of them that inspires me. A third of them lost their homes, the signers, destroyed by the British. Many of them were jailed. Some of them had their wives jailed, their children jailed. When they said they devoted to one another their sacred honor, their fortunes, all of that, they meant it. They spent their fortunes on the revolutionary cause. One of my favorite stories in the book is Thomas Nelson, one of the signers from Virginia. He was head of the militia, Virginia
Bobby,
militia at Yorktown.
I can do you one better. Not only are these two elite white men talking about conversing, they're conversing about how all men are equal. That's even better. These two elite, and both of them, I think, are Harvard law graduates. Both of them are talking about the founding, which was an elite enterprise. So, technically all men like them were and are equal. So I'm glad you like the content, though. Salute to you. What's up, Imperius?
And when he saw that the British were using his home as a headquarters, he didn't hesitate to have men fire on it. And when he died, impoverished many years later, having spent much of his fortune on the patriot cause, so poor that they buried him in an unmarked grave so his creditors couldn't use his body as collateral. Think about that. He was asked, do you have any regrets? And he said, I'd do it all over again.
So there is an interesting symmetry here between this book and your last book, Overruled. Hang with me here.
I'm waiting.
Okay, I promise you I'm going to connect these two because I think there's an interesting way they connect to me with your jurisprudence. And
oh, wow. Now that's a trifecta. If you can do that,
we're
David.
going for it. We're
right.
going for it. Okay, so here's what I see in Overruled, and here's what I see in especially the last bit of the book where there's such an emphasis on the punitive power of the state attacking and depriving the rights of vulnerable people. Overruled was a lot about a more peaceful version of this, where you have very large bureaucracies, very complex webs of rules and regulation that trap regular folks in their web. And it's always struck me, I have always seen your jurisprudence, and forgive me if this is something that you're going to completely disagree with, as a combination of originalist and anti-bully. and I see that in both of these books, and I have seen this in many opinions that you've written. And so I just wanted to float that idea past you about your own jurisprudence.
Well, that's like saying, hey, Gorsuch, lie down on this couch and analyze yourself. But I'll take a shot at it. Okay, I'll take a shot at it. I don't know. You're allowed your theories, but I would say that one of the most striking and inspirational things about the American experiment to me is the emphasis it places on the individual and his intrinsic value. You're not valuable as a cog in a machine to others' ends. You have value in your own right. You are my equal. You have inalienable rights. You have every bit as much right to rule yourself as I do. And those ideas, I just think those are perfect ideas. Are they imperfectly executed? Do we have a ways to go even today? You betcha.
Bobby, let me probably a lot of people know after George Washington died, he left a provision in his will that would free the slaves that he owned. His wife owned slaves outright, so he could not free them with his will. However, the slaves he actually owned, he made the provision that, hey, you all will be freed once Martha Washington dies. Well, guess what? She wound up freeing those slaves early because she was afraid that they would hasten her death. So, yeah, technically George Washington was going to free them, but they got free a little bit early because she was afraid they'd poison her or something like that. So there's always nuance when you say that elite white men do control to a point, but it doesn't mean they can't be coerced or persuaded. So that's the nuance I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What's up, BD?
But those ideas speak to every human heart. They exclude no one, and they inspire me, yes.
Well, and I've also noticed, not just from, you've written a book about the 250th anniversary of the Declaration, but read many, many of your opinions, and you really focus a lot on history and case after case. And I've been particularly struck by your focus on history and the Native American cases. You have developed a reputation as maybe the greatest friend to Native Americans who's ever sat on the Supreme Court. And what I wonder is, has that careful attention to history, has that alerted you to a lot of the legal injustice that has been visited upon, the Native American population in the United States for so very long?
Well, without getting into cases,
yeah,
I think no, that's fine. I'm just trying to abstract from it a little bit in the answer. I do not know how you run this country without knowing its history. I do not know how you can be a good citizen exercising the responsibilities without knowing something about how it operates. How do you work a machine if you've never read the how-to manual? Right? We were talking about this beforehand.
Yeah.
History is endlessly fascinating.
What's up, BD?
I just got one quick question for you, Stanley. It's not about this video. It's just about the Supreme Court in general. Will you ever do a show about? Will you ever do a show about Citizens United?
I haven't thought to do it, but I guess I could.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see you dive into that Supreme Court case just one good time.
Well,
just one good time.
The problem, and actually, maybe I'll do that. There's a whole history that people don't talk about. Citizens United was not like something new. Money has been considered speech for
forever, pretty much
forever. So it is a problem. But I mean, you could make the argument. The funny thing about these cases, a lot of things get clarified if you take the time to go and actually read these decisions. You may not agree with the assessment or the outcome, but usually these decisions are fairly reasoned out. So yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, just one day, whenever you get the chance, I just would like for you to dive into that so me and you can actually have a real conversation about that, because I got a lot to say about that particular Supreme Court decision.
It would wind up being a Saturday show. That's usually when I try and get a little bit more in depth.
Right, because I think that particular Supreme Court decision has destroyed the country, in my opinion.
Okay.
But
Well, I'll tell
We
you
could
what.
get into that whenever you want to get into that, though.
I will consider it not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. I mean,
For sure.
because I actually thought about it. There was some video I was watching, some history video, and it was yeah, that's a good topic because I agree that it has ruined the country, but the problem is there's a whole history of corporations being considered people. So
Right.
not only will I talk about the
We could get
case,
into that too.
I'm going to talk about the history leading up to it.
Right,
as
because
well.
that's important. You got to have context to what led up to Citizens United to understand why Citizens United became Citizens United. But
Right.
we could get into that another day. I don't want to interrupt your show. I just wanted to ask you that.
Okay, no,
I'll go back in
I'm
the
glad you have done exactly what I've been asking people to do. If you're leaving it up to me to come up with all the show ideas all the time, you're bound to be bored. So I welcome people bringing up stuff that they're interested in. So thank you. All right. Well, we will get back to this.
And it has so much to teach us, so many mistakes that were made. It's like an example of iterative responses to problems, and you can see how what's worked and what hasn't worked over time. If you bother to open the book. And the problem today, I think we would agree, is that too few people open the book. So I'm hoping instead of maybe Goodnight Moon, maybe if parents are a little tired of that, perhaps they'll try Goodnight Ben Franklin, Heroes of 1776.
I love it. So, but let's stick with the history thing for a minute, because I've long thought of myself and have described myself since probably my first year of law school as an originalist. That's how I describe myself to people when I talk about how I think about the law. But there's this phrase that we use when talking about originalism: text, history, and tradition. And the history part, to me, is both promising and perilous. The promising part is obvious. You're going to learn more. The more you dive into the history, it's going to bring the words of the Constitution to life. You're going to understand what they meant when they said what they said. But also, history is incredibly complicated and often contradictory.
Yes.
So here comes the perilous part. When you are looking at the history portion of this text, history, and tradition analysis, how are you adjudicating what is aberrational and exceptional versus consensus? And how do you decide which people to listen to, such as like an early American legislature isn't an interpretive body. They're not interpreting the law the way, say, a judge was, but how relevant is what they do? So how are you sorting through this incredibly complicated history that bears on so many of our cases?
David, you ask a very good question of an originalist about methodology. It's an important question. Answering it is complicated, difficult, and long. I would say only this: you're asking the right question. Instead of asking what the judge ate for breakfast or what he thinks a perfect world should look like, he's trying to answer what the people of the United States in their Constitution or the laws adopted. And in that way, he's bringing the promise of the Declaration of Self-Rule rather than ruled by judges. So yeah, we can have a long, fun, academic conversation about sources and sorting mainstream from aberrations, but that's the project of trying to figure out what the original meaning of the law is.
As a journalist, I'm very keenly aware of when I write something, if people are interested in it and not interested in it. And I've noticed this big flip over the last 5 years. We've gone from a situation where if I'm writing and talking about Supreme Court cases around some of the classic hot button culture war issues, such as, abortion, free speech, the conflict between religious liberty and gay rights, et cetera, there has been much less interest. And by contrast, much greater interest around separation of powers.
Yeah.
And when we're looking at the Declaration of this is a book about the Declaration of Independence, not the 1787 Constitution, but the Declaration of Independence. But it's got this core American promise to it about We're endowed by our Creator with certain, unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's the role of government to protect that. How does separation of powers protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness?
Well, first of all, I think it's fascinating what you say, that people are interested in the separation of powers, and I'm delighted to hear it. And the way I think of it is this, that, okay, the Declaration is our mission statement. It's what we're aiming for. Imperfectly, through lots of hardships and battles, but that's what we're hoping for. And we're a creedal nation, right, David? I mean, we don't share a religion, we don't share a race, we share an idea, okay? And that idea has to be passed down generation to generation through the histories we discussed. All right, the Constitution, with its separation of powers, is our how-to manual, okay? And the one thing Madison knew in devising the Virginia Plan, basis of the Constitution, is that men are not angels, all right? And you have to separate power assiduously to keep us free, to ensure that everybody is treated equally, to make real the idea of self-rule, and certainly to protect your unalienable rights.
So I'm going to float an idea by you, and I would love to hear your reaction. When I like to say, I'm a free speech advocate. I don't like the whole concept of trigger words, except I do say I have one trigger phrase. I do not like to hear co-equal branches of government. And I tell you why.
That's the good English grammarian in you. Yeah,
I don't like that, but I don't like it because I don't think they are exactly co-equal.
Oh, well, interesting. Okay.
And I think of Article 1 as Article 1 for a reason. You might say first among equals would be the congressional branch. And it strikes me that one of the reasons why, and I'm not going to ask you to cast shade, as the kids say, on another whole branch of government, but it strikes me as one of the reasons why the Supreme Court is so much in the center of the national conversation right now is that in many ways, Congress has taken steps back. And a lot of your decisions have been, wait a minute, this is something that Congress has to decide, that this is a role for Congress only.
Let me make one point here, and I'm backtracking slightly to Bobby's point about power. One of the reasons there ever was a constitutional convention, and one among many reasons, but Shays' rebellion actually was something that was very concerning. Mainly because putting down rebellions would be a problem. But these people, the founding democracy as like a linchpin of American politics, or a yardstick or measuring stick of the American government, the amount of democracy or lack thereof, that was not a founding principle. Democracy was not a founding principle. The reason, and Madison talks about this, I believe, very specifically, that they wanted as many checks and balances in the government as they could get, because they feared democracy. Okay, they did not want the government in the hands of the quote mob. Many of the founders considered democracy little better than mobs. So I guess it really wasn't until Andrew Jackson came around that, democracy actually kind of became a thing. The founding was an elite enterprise. Do not let people fool you. We talk a lot about democracy, but I don't think you could say democracy was a founding principle at all. And people need to understand that.
So in separation of powers, it is just not the case, right? That when one branch steps backwards, another one has to step forward.
Well, I do think it would be.
And by the way, to that point, to a certain extent, I agree with David French. Article 1, Article 2, Article 3. Basically having Congress being closer to the people, it's a little bit more democratic, but it's bicameral. So, you've got the Senate being a little bit more elite. And originally it was not, senators were not elected by the people, just the House of Representatives were. And that was a bone to the people because they figured, well, hell, we know that people will revolt over money. We need to give them a little bit of a say-so in how their tax dollars are spent. So it was a balancing act, but once again, democracy was not, the number one priority of the framers of the Constitution.
Be crazy to say we are a democracy or a republic, and yet simultaneously entertain the notion that 9 old judges in Washington should govern us all. Okay? Now, you'd want 9 wise old judges to decide the meaning of a law independently without fear or favor to anyone and vindicate your rights in a trial. Absolutely, that makes perfect. But to rule everybody, to pass the laws, to amend the Constitution, that make a mockery of the Declaration and of the Constitution. And so, yes, it is their responsibility to do it. Now, I want to defend them a little bit.
Okay.
Because
please, because I don't.
Because they pass about 2 million words in new legislation. I think every year, every term. I can't remember which, but they're doing a lot, and they're keeping us pretty busy, David.
So I think of, when I think of, and your book is about the Declaration of Independence, not the Constitution. And I think of, when I think about the relationship between the two, I think of the Declaration of Independence as, to use a corporate analogy, it's like the mission statement.
Yeah.
And the Constitution is the bylaws. It effectuates the mission statement. But my question is, how much do the sweeping sort of principles of the Declaration of Independence, do they inform your work at all, or is that more of historical interest than it is sort of practical interest?
I think they inform the work of every citizen, right? And we talk about this at the end of the book, right? Okay, here are these 3 ideals. Were they real for everybody? In some, certainly not, right? But the women at Seneca Falls in 1848 could appeal to the nation and say, yeah, all men are created equal. So are all women and men, all right? And Lincoln could say in the Civil War, how can you possibly maintain a system of slavery when you say all men are equal? Come back to the truths in the Declaration. Martin Luther King down the mall here in 1963 could call it a promissory note that had come due. And he was right, all right? They inform all of us, don't they?
There's another aspect of the book that was very interesting to me, and you talked about the varied backgrounds of the signers of the Declaration. Let me ask you this about the court itself. Do you think there is value in having people of maybe more, when it comes to future justices, is there value to have, say, more people with legislative experience, a greater diversity of legal backgrounds? There seems to have been an interesting professionalization of the path to the court, where there's now sort of a judicial career path that's a little bit different from when I was younger. And I was just wondering what you thought about the possibility of, varying in different backgrounds and what that might bring to the court, if anything.
I think we've got a very varied court as it is, right? You've got 9 different justices from all over the country. Well, the appellate corridor may be overrepresented.
Slightly overrepresented.
Appointed by 5 different presidents over 30 years. And some of us are originalists, and some of us are very much not, okay? But yet we're able to talk to one another and listen to one another and find common ground a surprising amount of the time. I mean, 40% of our cases we decide unanimously, right? You give us the 70 hardest cases in the country every year. Where lower court judges have disagreed and we're able to reach unanimity that much. I think that's a miracle, right? And maybe a third of our cases are 5-4-6-3, but only half of those are the 5-4-6-3s you might be thinking about. And then you compare those numbers back to 1945 when Roosevelt had appointed 8 of the 9 justices, and the figures are the same today as they were then. And when I think about that, and the diversity of the court was different then than it is now, it does remind me, and going back to the men at the Declaration or at the Constitutional Convention coming from around the country with different perspectives, different voices, the rabble-rousers from Massachusetts, the folks down in South Carolina were not sure at all about this project. And they debated and they disagreed. And it shows you that people from different perspectives, different walks of life, along whatever axis, can, when they listen to one another, work together in good faith and assume that the guy across from me loves this country every bit as much as I do. Great things can happen.
So one thing that is striking about your work is you write a lot of concurrences. And I'm thinking of the tariffs concurrence. And when you just had the tariffs decision, you wrote a pretty long concurrence that was really taking a look at the arguments of the other justices. What is the decision-making process that you undertake, whether you're going to write a concurrence or not? What are the steps you go through, and what are you hoping to accomplish when you write a concurrence?
Well, I took an oath to essentially call them like I see them, all right, without fear or favor to anyone. And so that's my job. That's my job. And so when I need to do that, I need to do that. If I don't need to do that, that's all the better, right? It makes for an easier day at the office. But sometimes you have to do it. And when I think about that, I think about actually the Declaration. One of the list of grievances against the king was that he had taken away independent judges and juries, right? And sent them to vice admiralty courts, right? In colonists, essentially judges who were answerable to the king. And they wanted to send cases even back to Britain so that there would be juries there rather than in the locality. And I just think what a treasured gift we have, right? Where no matter how unpopular you are, rich, poor, doesn't matter. The judicial oath says, administer justice without respect to persons, rich or poor, any difference. That's my job. What a beautiful job it is to just come into the office and say, what does the law, as best I can tell, as difficult as it sometimes is. I mean, the dangling modifiers and some of the statutes that we're given are, but to fulfill that oath and to try and realize what the framers of the Declaration had in mind when they listed it as one of their grievances against the king. To discharge that job is a privilege, and it's humbling.
So a last question. When we were talking about the 250th earlier, we were also talking about the 200th, the bicentennial. Yeah. And there's a lot going on right now in our country at 250. There's a lot of division. There's a lot of contention. We don't like each other. And we were talking earlier about the potential of the 250th to bring us together. And I would just love it if you would reflect back on, we're both old enough to barely remember the 200th. And can the 250th have the same effect on us that the 200th did?
David, I hope so. Right? I mean, I don't want to be Pollyannish about it, right? We are always going to be divided over things. They were divided over the Declaration. Even during the Revolution, they were divided. I mean, Ben Franklin and his son were divided over the Revolution. We tell that story in the book. William winds up living in England as he was a loyalist. They barely spoke for years. So, of course, we're going to have our disagreements. Open up a page of history. America is always going to have its disagreements, but can there be moments and ideas that unite us? And I do think the Declaration has that power because it does speak to every one of us. And this anniversary has a little power in that regard. What does semi-quincentennial mean?
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
No.
It means halfway to 500. It's a journey. We're not at our destination. We are not a perfect union. We have work to do. And this is one of the things we have work to do on being able to listen to one another, trust one another, recognize that the person I disagree with is usually operating in good faith and loves his country too, right? All right. But the 200th, we do remember that. And it did have that power. You have to remember, as tough as things might seem today to you and me, well, how did it look in 1976? We just came out of Watergate. Men were coming home from Vietnam who were very different than the ones who left. We were suffering from stagflation. I mean,
yes.
Oh, and by the way, we had an unelected president. All right. Okay. And it was a moment. I remember going around and painting fire hydrants red, white, and blue. I remember the Gemma family across the street in Denver took their VW bus. It was red, and they painted the stars and stripes on it. And I do think it has a potential for a moment where we can remember that more unites us than divides us in this country. Those three great ideas are perfect, and they unite us.
Thank you so much, Justice
David,
Gorsuch.
thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
All right. So this next video is going to star David French again. And these two are going to be talking the voting rights issue again. And they're coming to the conclusion that Voting Rights Act decision will likely favor Republicans. Wow. Charlie, I'm sorry, David French is, coming across all kinds of revelations that should have been very obvious. So this is the Dispatch, Sarah Isgur and David French talking about the VRA thing. And this VRA decision is going to be, talked about a lot between now and next November and afterwards.
Welcome to Advisory Opinions. I'm Sarah Isgur. That's David French. Welcome to Calais-a-Palooza, where we are going to talk for a whole hour about the Calais decision out of Louisiana. We have a new order from the Supreme Court putting the decision into effect immediately. We also got a ton of questions, brilliantly smart, thoughtful questions from you guys, and I want to go through as many as we can. Buckle up. It's Voting Rights Act Day. Well, David, I am down here in the Woodlands at the Fifth Circuit Conference, and I just feel like I should give a warning to all of the other circuits. Like, do not invite me to your circuit conference and think that I have like a toned down version of Sarah. I wish I did.
Okay, I didn't know what you're going to say. But
like, there's not two modes or something. Lisa Blatt was down here. She just eggs me on. I see her and the amp turns up to 11, David.
So did you at any point in your discussion with the Fifth Circuit say 10 Commandments case, WTF?
No, but I did call my dad unconstitutional from the stage with him in the audience and all of the other bankruptcy judges in attendance.
Oh, nice. I'm glad. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Sarah Unleashed is the only kind of Sarah that's out there.
That's my point. It is the only one. So like, just that's a warning, right? Like, there's not like polite, nice Sarah. David, speaking of two different versions and whether there's a polite, nice version, we got an opinion relating to an order from the Supreme Court. I mean, I guess we got two, and I thought we should spend a moment on those. So, background. When the Supreme Court decides a case, that decision does not go into effect for 32 days. There's versions of this, by the way, for every court in the country, whether the mandate issues right away or there's basically a time where you can appeal. At the Supreme Court, of course, you can't appeal anywhere, but the 32 days is so that you can ask for a rehearing. Do they grant your rehearing? No, never. But you have that opportunity and you have just over a month to do it. So in the Calais case, this Voting Rights Act case, the Louisiana side was like, hey, instead of waiting 32 days, can you just issue this now? Because if you issue it now, we can actually draw our districts in accord with your decision for the 2026 midterm elections. But if we have to wait 32 days, we cannot. And so we will have unconstitutional, as you said, districts if you wait the full 32 days. So David, the majority of justices said, yeah, and they issued it without waiting the 32 days. They waive this, 2 times a year, 2 times a term, out of 60 cases. I'm not saying it's a high percentage, but it's also not an unheard of thing to do either. Then we got a dissent from Justice Jackson that was not joined by any other justice. And then we got a concurrence from Justice Alito, co-signed by Justices Thomas and Gorsuch, the only point of which was to respond to the dissent. So, David, this is not a 3-3-3 situation. Yes, we have my 3 conservative honey badgers signing on to this concurrence, but Justice Jackson dissenting alone, which means we don't know what the vote was to issue this mandate without waiting the 32 days at all, actually. But we do know that Kagan and Sotomayor, for instance, did not join her dissent. So, David, there's like a meta question here, but let's do the substantive question first. Are you like, my take is one way or the other, they were putting their thumb on the scale of which maps were going to be for the 2026 midterms. These are sort of the worst, decisions for the Supreme Court to have to make, because either way it's partisan. Either they're letting Republicans, pick a new district for the 2026 midterms, or they're letting Democrats keep a district that they said was unconstitutional for the 2026 midterms. Either way, it's a partisan decision. In that sense, I guess I think you go with what you said in the opinion, right? If you think a district's unconstitutional, all things being equal, that probably shouldn't be the district for the fall, even if that means you do your relatively unusual procedural move of issuing the mandate rather than waiting the 32 days. But David, I can see the other side to this argument.
100%. I can absolutely see the other side. But if I'm reading this, this is the key language. The principal reason for the 32-day default rule is to give a losing party time to prepare a petition for rehearing. In other words, this is not a 30-day or 32-day rule. There's just like everybody needs to take a breather. It's 32 days because you're going to have an opportunity in that time to file a petition for a rehearing. And then it says, but here the Robinson appellees have not expressed an intent to file such a petition, much less set out any ground on which a petition might be based. And the need for prompt action by the court is clear. The date scheduled for the beginning of early voting in the primary election is already passed. So I would feel very differently about this if there was an intention to file a petition for rehearing and the petition for rehearing had good grounds to be filed. And they just go ahead and go straight to judgment anyway, I would be thinking, you're doing something unusual in contradiction for the reason for the rule. Here he's saying, yeah, we have a reason for the rule, but it doesn't apply here. And so in that circumstance, I feel like it's unusual, but acceptable because of the facts that he explained in this opinion. So I have my own issues with Calais, as we have discussed. I have fewer issues with this because of that reason.
Okay, now let's get to the meta question. The conservative honey badgers, Alito, Thomas, and Gorsuch, they write this concurrence for the purpose of responding, quote unquote, to the dissent. And it ends with this. The dissent accuses the court of, quote, unshackling itself from, quote, constraints. It is the dissent's rhetoric that lacks restraint. Let me read you now the end of Justice Jackson's dissent. The court unshackles itself from both constraints today and dives into the fray. And just like that, those principles give way to power. Because this abandon is unwarranted and unwise, respectfully, I dissent. David, I get being frustrated with Justice Jackson. She does write these separate dissents more often than, really any justice we've seen in modern history. And she started doing it in her first year on the court. I think the Chief Justice took 10 years to write a solo dissent. She did 3 in her first term, something like that. Then again, he's Chief Justice. She's not. I gotta say, I don't think there's anything inappropriate about her dissent here. I think it's written like every other dissent where you disagree with what the court's doing. And she says, respectfully, I dissent. I don't agree with her dissent, but I have no beef with the tone.
They're just she's been kind of a little bit of a quote honey badger herself. If you've been listening to any of the Supreme Court hearings, yeah, she's very talkative, and they're just probably trying to spank her a little bit. The problem is, so what? There's not a damn thing they can do about it. So just they can honey badger away. I do have this to say though. I'm sure that she's doing the dissent just for the historical record, but this is just one of the. I'm not sure that I would have written a dissent. This is just one of those times where the damage is done. Registering, another historical note. I'm not sure if I'd have done it. You can only piss in the wind so much before, you just have to move on.
Interesting. Interesting. I have beef when it says those principles give way to power. And the reason I have beef is that's an attribution. To me, that feels like they're attributing motives. That, in other words, it's not that I believe the reasoning is wrong, which I'm completely fine with that argument. But to them to say, you have abandoned your principles, I would agree with that if, for example, as I said earlier, there is an incoming motion for rehearing and they're going to short circuit at that by not following the 32 days. But if there's no motion for rehearing and the purpose of the 32 days was to allow for rehearing, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm particularly sensitive to sort of like the attribution of motives kind of argument that I really hate. I really dislike that form of argument unless there's very, very compelling reason for it. But yeah, I don't know. I thought that was a bit much.
All right, David, it's time to get to questions. Didn't we say Congress do your job? They did. They passed the Voting Rights Act. Let's get to some of our listener questions that we've gotten in about Calais. Because
you have to understand, Uncle Fatty. And I'm going to talk about this more tomorrow. We use the terms liberal and conservative and in really just all kinds of ways that sometimes, in my opinion, kind of lead to confusion. Look, these people, in this particular case, it really wouldn't matter it actually does matter if you wait the full 32 days versus doing it now. If the Supreme Court hadn't acted, then you're going to have a problem in November because one of the districts is going to wind up back in court as an unconstitutional district. So they kind of had to make the exception. This is, in my opinion, Justice Jackson's dissent was more or less pro forma. She just wanted to do it. I wouldn't have done it. But they're not acting as conservatives in this case. They're acting as partisans. But it wouldn't matter. They had to act. Let's not, and I think the Supreme Court justices come off sometimes, in my opinion, kind of just like snarky and hypocritical. They keep insisting they're not political actors. And yes, they are. Okay, the nomination process is political. This idea, maybe they don't think of politics as much as actual elected officials do, but saying that they're not a political institution or they don't have the stench of politics on their fingertips. John Marshall, the very first Chief Justice, he and Thomas Jefferson were cousins, and they did not get along. So politics has been a part of the Supreme Court, maybe not directly, but definitely indirectly since day one. So the short answer is no, they weren't acting as conservatives. They were kind of forced to act, but they're definitely acting as partisans. And what did Barry Goldwater say? What is it? Extremism, extremism in the support of liberty or freedom or whatever is no vice. Think of it that way. They were acting as partisans.
They were so great and so smart and made me think about a lot of different things about this. And I think it will illuminate the case further for every other listener. So thanks for raising your hand, those of you who sent in these questions. Let's start with one that Justice Jackson herself brings up, which is the idea that the court is violating the Purcell principle. We've talked about this before, especially in election years. The Purcell principle comes from this 2006 case. And basically, the Purcell principle is federal courts should be thoughtful to allow elections to go on under a state's, preferred voting requirements or maps or other rules, or we've seen this in indictments of candidates potentially. Like, it's come up in all sorts of contexts. And frankly, I think the Purcell principle has been stretched like taffy to try to cover whatever you think the other side is trying to do. If it's anywhere close or dealing with an election, it's like, well, Purcell principle, you can't change the rules 3 years away from the election. And the taffy has torn at this point, David. I think the Purcell principle is far beyond what the actual Purcell principle was about, which was basically in 2006, on the emergency docket, the shadow docket, whatever you want to call it, the Supreme Court vacated a lower court's order that had blocked an Arizona voter ID law during the 2006 midterm elections. And basically they were like, look, it might be one way or the other, but like, we're right before the election. We're not going to change this right now without explanation and everything else. The Ninth Circuit hadn't provided any explanation. And the idea is about, issuing these orders so close to an election. That's the basis for the original Purcell. So David, we got two questions about this. One, doesn't Calais violate the Purcell principle? Right? They just issued a major opinion, within weeks of various filing deadlines when these maps have to be confirmed. And now it's thrown the whole thing into chaos. And isn't that what the Purcell principle is?
This is an interesting point that that Khan brings up. Where is it? Not all conservatives are created equal. But let me go one step farther than that. Not all people who call themselves conservatives are conservatives. MAGA, for instance, is not a conservative movement. It's not a conservative enterprise. Conservative and populist are not in the same brain space. And MAGA basically being an oligarchy, but an oligarchy that's dressed in flannels and stonewashed jeans, so it kind of looks like they're everyday guys. That's what it really is. MAGA has conservative, principles, but it's not a conservative movement. So I take what you're saying, conservatives created equal. Some conservatives aren't even conservatives. And MAGA is not. And MAGA blacks are even worse, because conservatives, at least the ones that I respect, tend to know a lot. They tend to put stock in books, in history and stuff like that. And, at least in my YouTube experience, a lot of these black people who were just blind followers of MAGA and Trump are really some of the most historically illiterate people I've come across. So you're damn skippy, Con. And not all conservatives are created equal. Some of them aren't even conservatives.
Was about. I don't know that what I'm about to say is accepted by legal scholars across the spectrum or even by judges on the bench, but let me give you my take on this, David. The Purcell principle applies to lower courts dealing with last-minute election challenges. Now, the last-minute election challenge doesn't need to be the general election. It can absolutely be a primary election or a candidate filing deadline if that's what the lawsuit is about, right? So if you file a lawsuit having to do with a candidate filing deadline a month before the candidate filing deadline, that may trigger Purcell all by itself. But here's what I think Purcell definitely does not apply to. Supreme Court merits docket cases. Remember, this case was re-argued, in fact. So this case has been at the Supreme Court for 2 terms. They have to issue the decision at some point. I don't think Purcell covers this whatsoever because this is a merits docket decision at the highest court. Purcell, I think, is only lower courts. And I think it's, again, injunctions, orders, stays, non-merits based decisions.
Interesting, because I had the same Purcell question myself as I thought about it, in particular because as we've seen some of the reaction to this, as we've seen a number of states trying to move to redistrict super fast to try to redistrict before the, early voting, delaying early voting, for example, to try to redistrict. And that has raised Purcell questions for me. And I must say that I've not previously thought Purcell is a procedural rule for non-merits decisions in lower courts. Yeah, that's an interesting distinction. Yeah. So I had Purcell questions about this, and I feel like the Purcell questions were the reason for the Purcell questions are being amplified is we're watching sort of this wild scramble taking place in a lot of southern states to try to, for example, in Tennessee, they're trying to district out the Memphis representative to make the Tennessee slate 9-0 Republican in a state that's about 60-40, 65-35 Republican Democratic. And so I had Purcell questions myself.
I do think there's a separate Purcell question with issuing the mandate faster. That's, of course, what Justice Jackson is talking about in her dissent. That's one of the 2 constraints she said the court had thrown off. That is at least closer to a procedural question to me than a merits question. Though, again, I think when you're talking about the Supreme Court issuing a mandate, the Purcell principle doesn't apply. I would also just say it's a principle. It's not a rule. There's nothing in the Constitution. There's no statute about it. And I feel like it is being weaponized by both sides. This isn't, partisan, but rather this idea of I will prevent the federal courts from wading into this because Purcell is only used by the side that, wants to benefit from Purcell. And you're supposed to, you're a lawyer and an advocate, but I'm getting a little bit over the expansion of Purcell. I think Purcell needs to be kind of narrowed to its strongest form, which again is those lower court injunctions that people ask for right before an election that have to do with state rules.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And, I do wish the Supreme Court had issued an opinion.
No, SKC, you and I disagree on the origin of MAGA. MAGA basically is a descendant of the Tea Party. I don't think that if there was a power grab that created MAGA, it was the election of Obama into the presidency for 2 terms. And I don't call that a power grab. I call it a free and fair election of a president. So that's where I stand on that weird comment.
earlier, although this was still issued well before the end of the term. So it's issued, before that June 30th end, when a lot of the most controversial cases are issued. But interesting distinction. I'm not sure I'm convinced. I'm not sure.
Okay, David, let's go to more questions. This is from a listener. I was reading someone's Substack about the decision where he began with slavery and then segregation leading up to the passage of the VRA. The writer wondered aloud if this decision could be remembered down the road in the same vein as Plessy v. Ferguson, which, if memory serves, involved the state of Louisiana. His reasoning is akin to Robert Kagan's "The Jungle Grows Back." My question is, could it? Could this ruling unleash not just gerrymandering on steroids, but also actions that could disenfranchise Blacks in southern states? I know the court is concerned about process and not outcomes, but Plessy did, at the very least, cement some outcomes until Brown versus Board. A little background on me. I'm a native Michigander whose father grew up in Jim Crow, Louisiana, Alexandria to be exact. He told me stories of dealing with racism as a kid and joined a lot of Blacks in moving north in the 1950s. David, what do you think?
I'm worried about this. I'll be honest with you, Sarah. I think that there is going to be a scramble to gerrymander as much as possible. And now there is going to be a possibility of creating the dummy mander, because you do have, some like Louisiana is a 60-40 or 66-33 state when it comes to black-white. Mississippi might be, say, 60-40 or whatever. And you're going to cut your margins a lot closer so that, if you had a true wave election, you might things might not work out the way the gerrymanderers want. At the same time, it is very possible that we will see just a decimation of Black representation from the South, just a decimation of it. And it's going to be hard, honestly, to look at that and justify that, to sit there and say, well, having a region that is still, I believe, has the highest percentage of Black representative or highest percentage of Black citizens in America, having almost no Black representatives or very, very fewer Black representatives, because there was this extreme wish for a quote unquote partisan gerrymander. When we both win, it's going to, because of the racially polarized dynamics of the South, it becomes almost impossible to pull out and parse what's a partisan gerrymander versus a racist gerrymander unless somebody just verbalizes it and says it's for race reasons. I'm having a very hard time, and I'm having a very hard time seeing how it's good for the United States of America, much less good for the culture in the American South.
Well, Bobby, I would not call MAGA an elite form of governance. I'd call it an outright oligarchy. You literally had the world's richest man deciding which government functions were necessary or not. You literally had the world's richest man deciding who was hired and who was fired. That's not elite governance. He wasn't even elected. That's outright oligarchy. And, MAGA, to be honest, MAGA is probably closer to a Nazi, like a National Socialist thing. There's some parallels that are really interesting, surprisingly so. And then it also otherizes racially. So there are parallels there. At a minimum, it's fascistic. So there we go. Elite, nah.
Just decimate Black representation in the South in a head over heels rush to implement the most extreme partisan gerrymanders imaginable. And that is not going to be good for us. It's not going to be remotely good for us. It's going to heighten racial tension in the United States. It is a very bad deal. And I do think that we could look back in this, not necessarily because the decision itself and the language of the decision is bad, but because of the way that bad faith actors exploited this decision, I think I'm very worried about it. I'll be honest.
I guess, David, look, I think this will gut Black representation in Congress from the South. There's no question that will be the effect of this decision. But it seems to me that the decision to read Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act after the 1990 census to allow for blatant racial gerrymandering, this idea that you will draw districts because of race so that one racial group can elect someone from their racial group. That seems to me the thing that was kind of crazy, that in 1990, we basically decided that one racial group gets to have districts drawn from them because we believe that they want to elect people of their race group. And so we're going to draw districts to ensure that can happen. And in doing so, by the way, allow the Republican Party to pack those districts with all of that racial group so that they can only elect one person, and they will actually have less representation in the rest of the congressional districts that might be in that area. That to me seems pretty gross. On the flip side, I completely accept your point that having
she's just framing this wrong, and I'm not going to even bother dealing with her bad framing. But if people will hear me, probably I said it today, America has fundamental race problems. It is in the warp and weft of the fabric of American culture, and something on the surface that is non-racial actually stirring up race issues. That's America. We have problems, and they pop up in the oddest ways. So anybody who wants to dream that America is post-racial, or anyone who says, well, gee, Stanley, you talk about race a lot. Well, here you are. You got two Harvard-trained lawyers reviewing a Supreme Court decision talking about race in the South. Surprise, surprise, surprise. America is fundamentally racist in its culture and its systems, legal in this case in particular. Anyone who wants to dream that that's not the case, not talking about it is not going to make this go away. So I guess I'm going to say, I told you so.
less representation is not good for America.
So I think the thing that ameliorates the gross, so I would say if you're just talking about like walking in blind and you just say, Mississippi is 60-40 white, black, and we need to draw districts so that the 40% of black citizens
actually,
get to vote for black people.
The industrialists were Nazis in Nazi Germany. You had like Daimler and, you know, all these big, like the Elon Musks of their day, they were making economic decisions in Germany. It was the industrial base, much like Elon and other billionaires. They had their version of billionaire oligarchs that had a hand in government, especially the military parts. So I think that parallel works.
And the 60% of white citizens vote for white people. Yeah, that'd be super gross. I think that'd be super gross. If you're walking into a system that has said that for hundreds of years, the 40% have had every kind of procedural maneuvering possible thrown at them to deny them the ability to vote for and to actually have representatives of their choice, then it changes
Hell,
the equation.
Hugo,
And this is why
Hugo Boss designed their uniforms. You even had the fashion industry in on it.
you know, I had a really interesting sit down conversation with the folks in the Fifth Column podcast recently about this, which was a great conversation when you watch the whole thing. When you watch the super short clips that were clipped and edited and put on Twitter, very misleading. But what I said is, if you have a situation, here's the problem you have in the South. You have a situation where if this was actually sort of a really moving towards a post-racial society, the best argument for that is the election of Tim Scott, like South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. He's coming from the state that's the cradle of the Confederacy. He's a Black Republican. He's won big margins. He's won a lot of white voters. And so that's a good argument that, look, we've made progress. But in interesting ways, he's almost like the exception that proves the rule, because if you're looking at how many Black representatives have been voted for by these majority white districts in the 100 and X numbers of years since the end of Reconstruction, is the answer? It's either zero or close to zero, like zero or close to zero of House districts that are majority white districts in the American South have voted for a Black candidate. And so that's remarkable. That is absolutely remarkable and absolutely contradicts the idea that we have achieved anything like what we're hoping to achieve as far as sort of a post-racial American society. And a lot of people hear me say that and they think, oh, David's saying that nothing has changed in the South. No, tons of things have changed in the South. It is a lot better than it was. But look, if you're looking at this and you're saying of hundreds of House races across more than thousands of House races across more than 100 years, and zero times a Black candidate has won in the white districts, in zero or close to zero, I'm trying to find examples, then that's alarming to me, especially when you come from an environment where you had the most virulent form of de jure. You had slavery, you had Jim Crow, you had all of this stuff. I just don't think we're as far advanced as we'd like to think we are.
Oklahoma has had a few. Watts, Shannon, Will Hurd in Texas. But I take your point. Okay, next question. First, I generally agree that Congress do your job is pretty much always the right answer. Except maybe in the case of the Voting Rights Act. I'm not a lawyer, a cancer surgeon, so nowhere close. And I am just going on facts heard from different sources. But it seems like Congress did, in fact, update the law in 2006. And the Supreme Court seems to have really just taken a significantly different interpretation of the law. So to me, this does read as the court acting politically. I did not hear anything about major questions in this debate. Great question. And we got lots of versions of this question, David, right? Like, we're railing about Congress, doing laws. Well, look, they did a law and now the Supreme Court, they didn't strike it down, but they basically were like, we're not actually going to do that thing, or it would violate the Constitution and we would strike it down. So we're not going to. Just on the major questions doctrine point, that is only about the president acting and whether Congress gave the president authority. So that's why major questions doctrine didn't come up in this debate. But the underlying point is definitely worth talking about. David, in the 80s and 90s, we were worried about Congress being the threat to the constitutional order, right? So you have the Supreme Court restraining Congress by having more expansive, or rather less expansive, readings of the Commerce Clause. They strike down congressional laws saying, actually, Congress is supposed to have limited powers under the Constitution. They're not like a freewheeling righting of wrongs legislative entity. In this case, right, this is a tough balance to strike. I want Congress to do more stuff, but at the end of the day, I still want the Supreme Court to be counter-majoritarian and to protect minority rights against the majority. Now, David, you raise all sorts of reasons why, this case might have been wrongly decided. But if there were a case of Congress passing a law that categorized people by race that violated the Equal Protection Clause, I would still want the court to strike that down, even though it undermines my Congress do your job thing.
Well, implicit in Congress do your job is the word constitutional, constitutionally. In other words, it is within within the executive branch, the legislative branch, everything about do your job is subject to constitutional review. And so when
Khan, remind me what the core drivers are you're talking about. I'm saying they're parallels. I'm not making like a like a one-to-one comparison. I'm just saying that there's some elements that are disturbing with MAGA. I think that Nazism was not a Nazism didn't really have populist elements. If that's what you're saying, yeah, I agree with that. Nazism was not a populist. There are more populist elements to MAGA than the nationalism is somewhat different in that America is a lot more individualistic. Fascism and Nazism basically people are more or less the government or the heritage. Okay, people are contributing to the heritage. The heritage winds up being more important than, say, individual rights or freedoms or whatever. America's not like that. Freedom, we are freedom obsessed. In Nazism, individuals are going to sacrifice some freedom for the good of the fatherland, or whatever they called it. So yeah, I'm not making a one-to-one. Yeah. You're right. Absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. There are a lot of differences. I'm just saying that some of the parallels or some of the similar points are disturbing. And we're going to move on because I want to stop at 8 or before 8 or shortly after 8, mainly because Gabriel I'm going to drop this. Hold on one sec. I'm going to start this. And this is actually interesting. This is Ross Douthat talking to Ray Dalio. And I don't know that I've ever heard of Ray Dalio, but he's a legendary investor on how to prevent America's coming heart attack. Here we have a billionaire talking about America's decline. And of course, you're going to be talking to an investor, not like some dude on the street. We're concerned. Talk about elite. But before I do that, I want to plug this show here. Gabriel Carbo is going to be doing this show at 8. It's called This or That, My Top 90s Hip Hop Artists, Cross Colors versus FUBU. So it's some sort of 90s hip hop retrospective. And I figured there might be some people in this chat who are interested in it. So what I'm going to do is basically drop his channel link, and then you can find a way to this retrospective. I'll probably listen to it a little bit. I'm not really that much into hip hop, but I like Gabriel, and I'm going to give him some support. And when you get over there, if you just tell him, if you decide to go over there, just tell him that I sent you, just so he knows that we're throwing him some support over there. So if you would do me that favor, if you are into 90s hip hop. Oh shoot, let me blow this up so you can see it. I'm still trying. I'm trying to do this transition thing, trying to make it look smooth, and hopefully I'll get the hang of it. Trying to be a little bit more sophisticated for my so when I cut shorts, it looks a little bit more professional. So anyway, I've dropped the link. Y'all go over there if you're into that sort of thing. And let's hear what Ross Douthat and Ray Dalio have to say about American decline.
I think everybody should be more.
We only care about what investors and the billionaire class care about America. We don't care. We don't care about what the man on the street is saying. That's why I don't think MAGA is a conservative movement, and I also don't think it is a populist movement. Maybe we could say it's a mixed bag. Mostly horrible, but it is a mixed bag.
I think everybody should be most worried about what they don't know about the future.
Okay. I am worried about that. That's why I'm asking you to tell me. So what I'm
saying is, I think we know that we are in increasingly disorderly times.
Lately, I feel like we're having kind of an end of the American empire moment. In part, it's our stalemated war in Iran.
The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The nuclear material still in their hands. Americans are being crushed.
In part, it's just the strain that Donald Trump is putting on American alliances and the whole post-World War II order, or whatever remains of it. And in part, it's the sense that our biggest rival, China, is sort of patiently biding their time, watching us flail around, waiting for us to just collapse. My guest this week has been on this beat for a while now, and he has a grand theory of history that predicts that America is headed for a fall. He's kind of an unlikely Cassandra. Ray Dalio built one of the world's largest hedge funds, Bridgewater Associates, from the ground up. But these days, he mostly wants to talk about our imperial decadence and whether there's anything we can do to pull the American empire back from the brink. Ray Dalio, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thank you. It's interesting to be an interesting.
Well, let me start this out by saying, why do we want to be an empire? For starters, it's disturbing. It's disturbing. We know what happens to empires, right?
So people say. So you're someone who spent your career making bets, and a substantial number of them have paid off over the last few decades. And lately, you have been arguing that the United States of America is maybe not such a good bet at the moment. So if someone is looking at America right now, trying to decide, let's say, whether to bet on the American empire as a dominant force in the 21st century, what are the big forces or factors that they should be looking at?
Yeah, I correct that. I'm not saying that America is a bad bet or a good bet. I'm just describing what's going on. And what I learned through my roughly 50 years of investing is that many things that are important that happened to me didn't happen in my lifetime before, but happened many times in history. And so I learned to study the last real 500 years of history to find what caused the rises and declines of reserve currencies, their empires, and so on. And you see a pattern over and over again. And there is such a thing as a big cycle. And the big cycle starts when there are new orders. There are three types of orders. There's a monetary order, there is a domestic political order, and there is an international world order. And so these are three big forces that evolve. So on the first force, as we look at that monetary order, there's a debt cycle. Okay. When debts rise relative to incomes and debt service payments rise relative to incomes for countries, for individuals,
empires,
for anybody, that squeezes out spending. That's a problem. So, for example, the United States now spends $7 trillion, about $7 trillion. It takes in about $5 trillion. So it spends 40% more than it takes in. It's been running those deficits for a while. So it has a debt that's about 6 times its income, the amount that it takes in. And you can see throughout history that that produces problems. And it's a very simple thing. The debts for a country work the same as the debts for an individual or a company, except the government can print money.
Right.
So
which is an important difference.
An important difference. Okay.
Just speaking personally, so I can't print money to pay my mortgage.
Right. But what that does is it also devalues money. Okay. So that's the mechanics. That's why there is a long-term debt cycle, as well as shorter-term debt cycles and money cycles and economic cycles that take us from one recession to overheating to another recession. Related to that is the domestic political and social cycle that relates to the money part. And when you have very large wealth and values differences, big gaps in those.
Meaning between rich and poor?
Between rich and poor. And those with different values. And you get to the point where there are irreconcilable differences. Then you have political conflicts that are such that the system is at risk. Okay. I think we have the first that I talked about, first cycle going on. I think we have the second cycle going on. Okay. The political left and right, and there are irreconcilable differences. We can get into those.
And then how does the international
and then
aspect
the
factor
international is the same thing. Okay. Internationally, there is always, following a war, there is a dominant power, and the dominant power creates the new world order. Okay. The order means the system. And so that began in 1945.
For us. The United States was the dominant power establishing that system.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. And it established a system which was largely modeled after the United States system in that it was meant to be representative, the United Nations, for example. This was the multilateral world order, they call it. And so all different countries would operate, and there was supposed to be a rule-based system. But the problem with that is that without enforcement is not going to be an effective system. It was an idealistic system and it was a beautiful system while it lasted, but we no longer have a multilateral rule-based system. We have what existed prior to 1945 through most of history, and now you're going to have geopolitical disagreements, such as even what is existing with Iran. How are those disagreements resolved? You don't take it to the world court and get a verdict and get it enforced. It's power that rules.
Right. But just on that point, even at the height of what we think of as the rules-based international order, first, for most of that history, the U.S. was in conflict with the Soviet Union. Right.
That's right.
There was an ongoing Cold War. So it was a relatively narrow window of just that system existing independent of great power conflict. And even then, right, American power was, in the end, sort of the decisive force.
Of course.
Right.
Because the Soviets did not have real power. They had military power. But at the end of World War II, the United States had 80% of the world's money. It had half the world's GDP. And it also had the dominant military power. So as a result, we could give away money, and those who received the money appreciated the money. And then they had the Soviet system, which was a very limited part and financially almost broke or certainly insignificant.
Okay. So the military balance of power was real, but the financial balance of power just put America in charge.
That's right.
Yeah.
And when Fortunately, when there was mutually assured destruction, we didn't use that military power. But though I remember when the Cuban Missile Crisis as a kid, I watched, and we didn't know whether there would be, a nuclear exchange, but they never came to that. And then the Soviet Union collapsed.
And then what role do just contingent events play in this kind of cyclical view of history?
All the events that come along, I guess the question is, do they lead to a dispute? And how is the dispute resolved in a world where there's not the court system that you go to resolve it, either domestically or internationally? So, for example, what's happening in the Middle East, particularly what's, let's say, happening with Iran, there's a conflict, and then there's a war, because there's no other resolution. And what the world is looking at right now is, will this war be able to be won by the United States, or will it be lost? And when we look at that, it'll be measured in almost black and white terms of who will control the Strait of Hormuz and who will control the nuclear materials. Will the United States win a war? And we should also recognize that there are alignments here, so that China and Russia and Iran tend to be more supportive of each other, just as there are, supports on the other side.
Right. And that, again, just to sort of emphasize what's distinctive about this moment relative to the past few decades, certainly, right? It's the strength of the alignment on the other side. Like, what are you...
It's the relative strength.
Right.
And the breakdown of that order. In addition, there are big debtor-creditor relationships that enter into it. For example, when the United States runs large deficits, it has to borrow money. And that is very risky during periods of conflict. And so are interdependencies. In other words, in this world of greater risk, you have to have self-sufficiency, because history has taught us that you can be cut off. Either side can be cut off.
Yeah, I'm very interested in how the pieces fit together, right? So suppose the end game in Iran is that we are perceived to have lost the war, or at the very least failed in our objectives. Maybe the Strait of Hormuz is open, but the Iranian regime is still in power, and there's just sort of a perception that America tried this thing and it didn't work. You think that then bleeds back into people's perceptions of, are we trustworthy to pay our debts?
I was just through Asia. I just spent about a month in Asia, going and meeting different leaders and others. It has a very big implication, very much like the implication that happened when the British lost the Suez Canal, because Egypt took control of the Suez Canal.
Right.
And that was perceived to be the end of the British Empire. In other words, very significant.
Right.
And
this was in the 1950s.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's also when there was not a willingness to hold the debt. And
I have to say, thank you, Natasha. You're the only one who's actually appreciated. You're the only one who has actually gotten that thumbnail. So thanks for that.
And so on. What's happening now in different countries is the question of, will the United States defend us? Or is the United States not in a position to defend us because the population does not want to fight a war that lasts long? So the war has to be quick and not expensive and
popular, right? Which our wars don't tend to be these days.
Okay, so
but just to stay with the Suez analogy, just for a minute though, because I think it's interesting, and I've heard a lot of people offer that analogy. So this was a case where Britain and the French and the Israelis basically tried to retake the Suez Canal after it was nationalized by Egypt. So obviously there's parallels to Iran. You have a choke point in global trade. You have a conflict over it between Western powers and a regional power. But in that case, the key element of Suez, it seems to me, was that Dwight Eisenhower and the United States basically told the British, no, you're not going to do that, right? And so part of the crisis in confidence for the British Empire and the British pound and everything else was connected to this realization that, you know, this is, as you said before, like it's the post-World War II order and America is in charge. Do you need that to happen with China, right? Do you need to have a similar moment for people to really lose confidence in America? How much do you need a new hegemon to emerge, I guess is what I'm asking, for people to abandon the old one?
By the way, I don't think China will end up being the classic hegemon, which we can get in for.
I'm interested in that
in a few minutes. But what I would say is there was the combination of the British debts and the fact that it clearly lost power. The decline began before the Suez. There was a recognition that the United States was in a financially better position, as well as a world power. So
how does that? But then how does, if there is value in that analogy, what is the equivalent now? If people decide the U.S. is no longer as trustworthy as we thought, it's less likely to pay off its debts and so on. And maybe this goes to your point about China and whether they're a new hegemon. Do people go to China? Do people abandon the dollar as a reserve currency? Where does the money go if people lose confidence in America?
I'll give you my thoughts in that. But I also want to say this is typical of every cycle. So when the British took over from the Dutch, it happened in the same way.
Right.
Okay. The British were financially strong, capably strong. They lost, and it caused the shift from the Dutch Empire, which had the reserve currency at the time and the debt. And so it's happened repeatedly the same way. So you don't need the particular of, let's say, President Eisenhower.
No, but you need a successor power. That's what I'm asking about.
Then I think what happens is, in answer to your question of where the money goes or where the wealth is, okay, you could be a dominant power, you could still have a dominant power, and you could still have financial problems, like the breakdown of the monetary system in 1971. Okay, United States was still a dominant.
Natasha, this is Ross Douthat, the bald guy on the left, talking to Ray Dalio, who I had no clue who he was, but I have learned he's like a hedge fund guy who has turned into foreign policy and history expert. I guess if you're a billionaire, you can do that. I'm not particularly impressed with his analysis. I think economists, and I don't know if he's technically an economist, I think economists make horrible historians. Now, there are some people, economic historians, who are pretty good, but you'll get people like a Glenn Lowry, people who are primarily economists. There are exceptions, but most economists that you will hear or I hear tend to center money in monetary systems and capitalism. And there was life before capitalism. This idea that capitalism is like is some sort of imitation of nature or human nature, I don't think that's even a thing. If you know about what capitalism really is, not so sure I can say that it is like a natural evolution. I think when Marx describes like pre-capitalism, um, it's a complicated thing, and I'm not an economist or even an expert on Marx, but I don't think that capitalism is natural. Capitalism did not pre-exist the 17th century either. I've had people say, well, capitalism is ancient. It's been around. No, I don't agree with that either.
Power. 1971, you had too much debt and you couldn't back up your promise to deliver gold, and you had a breakdown of the monetary system.
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability.
And we had the 70s.
Okay, Brian, what does that have to do? What does China adopting elements of capitalism have to do with what I said about capitalism not being some sort of imitation of nature? Okay, if you have capitalism is at root money generating or profits generating more profits. That's not how nature works. That's not even in the Bible, where man has to live by the toil, by his own toil. It's not, capitalism is not imitated in nature. And why China did it is because, number one, what were they going to do with Hong Kong? They weren't going to change Hong Kong fundamentally. And you also have to understand, China's still a planned economy. America has adopted socialism in parts. We have hybrid government, hybrid economies. If you want to ask me why China adopted capitalism, well, tell me why Britain, especially, in America as well, why we've adopted socialism. Because some things work better under one system than the other, I guess.
Stagflation. Okay, you could still have that. So
you can have a crisis. So that is a situation where you have a crisis. You don't have a successor power yet, right? The Soviet Union didn't take over in the 70s.
That's right.
We just went through a really bad 10 years.
You still have lousy finances. Right. And what that means is holding the bonds is not a good storehold of wealth. So money, to answer your question, there are two purposes of money: medium of exchange and a storehold of wealth. I think that you're seeing right now China's currency increasingly become a medium of exchange for a number of reasons. But I very much doubt that China will, Chinese debt or whatever, will be a serious storehold of wealth because of their history in not protecting wealth.
Right.
And I don't think any of the fiat currencies will be effective storeholds of wealth.
A fiat currency, just for our listeners, is just a currency issued by a nation state that isn't backed in gold or anything else,
where
right?
they can print the money.
Where they can print the money.
So when we look at history, we see that in all such periods, all the fiat currencies go down. Okay, and gold goes up. Gold right now is the second largest reserve currency of central banks. In other words, the dollar's first, then there's gold, then there is euros, then there is yen. So I think the question is, what is money as a storehold of wealth, right? But gold is now has been the leading candidate for that out of default because it's been the winner over
alternatives to the dollar become more attractive without there being this shift to just, we're just buying Chinese debt instead. That would be the prediction. So then for Americans,
so I
right?
think from transactions point of view, the way it works traditionally is countries, as they start to transact in a currency, will build reserves in that currency for, it's like their cash account, so that they expect that when they pay for those things they just bought, they have enough cash on hand to do that. So I would expect that that would increase the reserves. The issue of saving in that debt is a problem. So we are in a new world of saying, what is a safe storehold of wealth?
Right. How does this then, for the average American, sort of looking at your cycle and saying, okay, yeah, this has happened before, it's happening again, we're going through a period when we've spent beyond our means and there's going to be a correction. What do you expect that correction to look like? There's the 1970s, which is a period of inflation and slow growth, stagflation, right? There's the Great Depression model, which is a financial crash and crisis that leads to poverty and deflation. Which one should we be most worried about in this environment?
I think everybody should be most worried about what they don't know about the future.
Okay. I am worried about that. That's why I'm asking you to tell me.
So what I'm saying, we do not know a lot about what the world will look like in 3 to 5 years. What we don't know is much greater than anything we know. I think we know that we are in increasingly disorderly times, and these are the greater risks. And so what do I think that answer should be? I think that answer should be to know how to have a well-diversified portfolio that is largely balanced for these kinds of uncertainties. I would say one element to give a simplicity. If you're saying, what is my typical portfolio? There's stocks, there's bonds, there's investments in other countries. Diversification is good. I'm not going to be able to go through all the things about how to structure that, but I think any portfolio should have between 5 and 15% in gold. Because when you get into the really bad times, for the rest of it, that is when gold does best. Okay. So whatever it is, it's one of the reasons it's been such a great investment in a sense over the last few years, because there's a movement in that direction. So I would say balance, to know how to have good diversification as a hedge against the other stuff.
But so and I do, as an investor myself, I do want the investment advice. But as a pundit, a columnist, whatever I am, right, who's trying to describe or anticipate reality, even accepting that we can't know for sure, if there are these lessons from history, if there are these sort of cycles that repeat, and we're headed for a kind of, we can call it a bottoming out, we can call it a reset, maybe we bounce back from it. I'm just trying to get a sense of what you think life looks like at the bottom of the cycle, and whether it is a sort of stagnation and persistent unhappiness, or is it more like crisis and, clashes in the streets kind of thing? Because the 70s versus the 30s seem like different examples.
I'll give you my concerns. I think we have these big issues: the money issue, the political, social issue domestically, and the international geopolitical issues, okay? I think as I look at the clock, we're going to come into the midterm elections, and I think that probably the Republicans will lose the House. And I think from that point on, you're going to see an intensification of political conflict, political and social conflict, that'll take place in that period, particularly there between that election and the presidential election in 28. I worry that those can be irreconcilable differences. I don't know how they will go down. I don't know how the respect for rules and law and order and whatever will keep law and order. I am concerned about, but I'm not predicting, broader-based violence. You could have broader-based violence. There are more guns in the United States than people. So I'm not predicting, and let me complete my thought, if I may. I've seen the possibilities. I think that everybody around them can look at these things and judge for themselves. My general reaction is that we are entering a period of greater disorder, to answer your question. I think greater risk than existed, and it is following that arc. And now we talk with words, but I plot things on charts in terms of what the patterns are. And these things are following those kinds of patterns. So for that reason, I think you asked me the question, I'm giving you my answer. And I think for those reasons, a good diversification of a portfolio and to be alert to those types of things.
Tell me how you think the debt picture and the political and social picture interact, because it seems like if you ask people what they're divided about right now, they don't say interest payments on the national debt, right? And they have a much longer list of things they're divided about. And I'm just curious how you think. So interest payments go up, they crowd out other forms of investment. What is the economic force that interacts with social disarray here?
They're divided about who has what money and who gets it, okay? So, which is very much related to the deficit. I wrote my most recent book to explain how it works with 35 examples, was called How Countries Go Broke. And I've been speaking to top levels of both the Democrat and Republican Party, and everybody agrees on those mechanics.
Yes.
And then when I go down, I say you've got to get to 3% of GDP deficit through some mix of raising taxes, cutting spending, and controlling interest rates. That's how you have to do it mechanically and so on. But they say, Ray, you don't understand. In order for us to be elected, I have to make at least one of two promises.
Right.
I will not raise your taxes, and I will not cut your benefits. Okay, so what the country's divided of is, let's say the multi-billionaire class and those who are not, those who are struggling financially, the left and the right, and populism and so on. And that has a money component. So the deficits and the money part is a very big part of the social conflict part.
But so when you're talking to politicians about, and they give you this spiel about how we can't raise taxes and we can't cut spending, right? I think the follow-up that they would say is that people experience those things as threats to opportunity or equality, right? People who rely on Medicare and Social Security think this is the guarantee of equality. People who rely on low taxes to build a business think this is the guarantee of opportunity. So if you are trying to sell those people on cutting deficits to 3% of GDP, what do you tell them you're saving them from?
You're saving them from a financial crisis.
Okay.
Okay.
What happens in a financial crisis in the U.S.? What does that look like?
The financial crisis will mean that the capacity to spend will be very limited. In other words, you can't afford military expenses and social expenses and so on, so that you'll be very constrained. And you'll have, because the demand won't meet up with the supply, you'll have interest rates going up, which will curtail borrowing, will hurt markets, and so on. And that will lead to the central banks trying to balance that by printing of money, which will also devalue the money and create a stagflation kind of environment.
Okay. So it sounds like in the worst case, it's a combination of it's 2008 financial crisis yielding 1970s style stagflation. I'm sorry to try and demand.
No, I'm happy to try to give.
Because just to put it in perspective for you, I am 46 years old. I have lived my entire life in the shadow of predictions about the U.S. deficit being unsustainable. The first presidential election I really remember is Ross Perot's campaign in 1992, which was run in part on those themes.
The dollar's gone through the floor. Now, whose fault is that? not the Democrats, not the Republicans. Somewhere out there's an extraterrestrial that's doing this to us, I guess. And everybody says they take responsibility. Somebody somewhere has to take responsibility for this.
But like a lot of Americans, that means that I tend to tune out the deficit argument. The first time I feel like that deficits, overspending became a really big issue for people's pocketbooks since the 1990s was the wave of inflation in the first couple of years of the Biden administration. So I just think it's useful for me and for listeners to understand concretely, why are the 2030s or the late 2020s different from the last 20 years when we've also had these deficits?
Thank you for your curiosity. Okay. And I feel compelled to give you that answer. Okay. So it is like the plaque building up. And so it's like you saying, like, I haven't had a heart attack yet. Okay. And I can say,
I feel okay.
Okay. You haven't had a heart attack yet. I understand you haven't had a heart attack yet. Can I show you the MRI of this plaque building up in your system? And can you understand what I'm saying about what that plaque, that you will have a heart attack if that plaque then starts to get that? Can you understand that? Can you understand where the numbers are and where you are? Look, it's your life. It's your choices, okay? And ask yourself, is that right or is that wrong? Okay? That's what you need to do for your own well-being.
And so in your story, it sounds like if you combine that diagnosis with your sense and my sense of how the American political system currently works, that you're going to get at least a mild version of the heart attack before you get change. You said at the outset you weren't really betting against America, in spite of like my podcaster's framing. Are you optimistic that we could have, I guess you could call it, a minor heart attack and recover?
I think we're going to come into a period of greater disorder as there's a confluence between the monetary part, the domestic, social, and political part, where there's irreconcilable differences, and the international world order part. And I would say then I should bring in two other factors. One of them is acts of nature through history. And
pandemics,
droughts, floods, and pandemics. Okay. And if you take what is, most people think about what's happening to climate, it's not a movement toward improvement, it's a movement toward worsening, and then technology and AI. And I think that we have to talk about technology and AI as it enters into this picture, because it plays a role. And the way it plays the roles, I think three ways. It can be a tremendous productivity enhancing result that can help to mitigate maybe a number of the debt problems and so on and so forth. Perhaps we can get into this. I don't think it's going to come across with that speed and so on.
Well, that's I hear this from AI people. Okay. They will say that in a best case, AI, if it just adds X% to GDP growth, X% to productivity growth, that it reduces your original problem.
That's right.
It makes the debt easier to bear.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Yep. Because it can produce the incomes, let's say, and the incomes can help debt service payments and the like. Okay. So I just want to say that's one of the three effects of the AI. The second effect of that AI, it is now creating enormous wealth gaps. Okay, those who are the beneficiaries of it, we're approaching who will be the first trillionaire. Okay, the wealth gap thing has increased at great amounts and so on, and it will replace a lot of jobs. And so that's number two as a factor, right? So those gaps are an issue, however we deal with them. They will have to be dealt with. And that's going to become probably a political question, but that's an issue. And then number three is the technologies themselves can be used for harm. A lot of power. It could be used by other countries. It can be used by those who want to inflict harm. It can be used by those who want to steal money. It can be used for harm.
Right.
So,
but in your pattern, in your cycles, right, you can see it as, in that last sense, it increases geopolitical tensions potentially. It heightens Cold War dynamics. It increases domestic tensions.
That's right.
But it could ease fiscal tensions.
Right, it could produce the productivity. So,
but if it has some of the bad effects, it will probably have some of the good effects too, right? Like
and how that balances.
Yeah,
and we won't know what it is like in the future, because it's too our human capacity to anticipate what it'll be like in 3 to 5 years. So I think that for all these forces, these 5 forces, I think over the next 5 years, it'll be like going through a time warp. Okay. It'll be huge change.
Between you and Khan, between you and Natasha, you kind of get it right. Ross Douthat is actually one of the better interviewers out there. I think what it is, Ray is used to being the biggest personality in the room. And I run into it on this panel all the time. So it's probably their styles kind of conflicting. Ray wants to basically dominate. He's got the dominant personality. So that's my opinion, at least.
Over the next 5 years in all of these forces coming together. And at the other side of that, it'll be almost unrecognizable. It'll be very different. And it'll be a period of great change, a great turbulence. And then back to so what does one do? Knowing that one is not going to know what that's going to be like, then my own approach to this and a recommendation is knowing how to balance positions.
But for politicians, though, I feel like listening to that account maybe makes them say, well, I know Ray Dalio wants us to cut deficits to 3%, but he also thinks we're going through a 5-year time warp unlike anything in human history. So maybe we'll just wait and see what the world looks like in 5 years before we painfully restructure Medicare and Social Security.
I don't think they're going to think about where Ray Dalio thinks.
Well, no, but
I think they're going to think about what does the ballot box think?
Yes, no, absolutely. But there are, I've talked to people in Washington, D.C. who there's always legitimate concern about the deficit, and there are actual attempts to do something about it. I guess what I'm interested in is, in your account of the rise and fall of empires, Spanish Empire, British Empire, the Dutch mini empire, and so on. You don't have these case studies of a great power going through this cycle, hitting what you think of as the bottom, and then bouncing back and sort of having another run. Or do you? Because look, as Americans, right, that's our goal. If someone buys into your narrative, they would say, okay, but history isn't determinist. We can make choices and we can have ourselves another cycle, right?
Yes, and I think that's possible, but here's what it has to happen, I think. And history would suggest that. Plato talked about this cycle.
Yes,
in the Republic, okay? And he talked about the democracy and the problems with the democracy because the people don't vote for what is good for them and the strength. 60% of the American people have below a 6th grade reading level, and there's a problem with productivity and so on. And they vote and they determine a lot. And so the question is, how in a democracy can that happen? And, his view is that's when you have ideally the benevolent despot, somebody who is going to take control, be strong, and give for the country, in a sense, bring people together. However that happens, what you need is a strong leader of the middle who on the recognizes essentially that the partisanship and the conflict is going to be a problem, but has the strength to get people and everything working in a way that it needs to work, so that there can be a debt restructuring of some form, there can be an improvement in our education system, there can be the structural changes in efficiency. It's difficult to run a big company. Imagine what it's like to run this country and to run it well. So a lot you have to have a remarkable person with great strength, and you have to have strong leadership that is then followed rather than subverted by either of those sides.
So you're looking for the Franklin Roosevelt, maybe the Ronald Reagan figure of this particular crisis.
Think it's tougher now than it has ever been.
Because we're further down.
We have everybody's got an opinion. Do you know how difficult it is to lead? I mean, can you imagine? And everybody's wants, so can you lead people down the middle, bring people together, and get them to do difficult things?
Right. But we're also, this is something that I think about with these debates. We're also extremely rich. Like, the United States is much richer than it was even in the 1980s. It's certainly much richer than it was during the Great Depression, right? And that, as much as people feel the bite of inflation or feel, the struggle of a spike in the unemployment rate, that itself is a kind of stabilizer. And so it seems like you can also see scenarios where, like, let's take the example of Japan, right? Japan is a country that has carried a tremendous debt burden for a long time, and it has done so, I wouldn't say it's done so with great success. It has become less economically dynamic. It's more stagnant. It's not where it was in the 1980s or 1990s when people were talking about Japan taking over the world. But it also has this kind of, wealthy, older society stability. Do you think that's a plausible scenario for the U.S.?
I think you raised two questions, and I want to treat them separately, even though they're related. The first is about the higher living standards and us being richer. That has been true through all history. So all of these times, before World War II, that has been true. And the big issue is how people deal with each other.
Meaning that at the peak of debt, the empire is richer than ever before?
Yes. Yeah. If you take per capita income, any measures, life expectancy, any measures of well-being, and you do a chart for really from the 1400s. In the Dark Ages, it was relatively flat. And so at every moment in time, we as a world, as a society, have been richer than before, making your point, okay? That didn't prevent World War II, didn't prevent the debt problems, didn't prevent any of those things, because the most important thing is how people deal with each other. Can they together deal with those problems? And because realistically, so what if we had 10% decline in our living standards as part of a healthy adjustment? So I'm almost finished, but I want to get this out. So that is the first thing. Doesn't alleviate the debt problem, doesn't alleviate the fighting for who control.
But maybe it does a little,
just
right?
wait
Like
a
the
second.
30s.
I didn't interrupt you.
Go on,
Please don't.
sorry.
Okay, I'll finish, and then you'll reply. So, and on the Japanese case, or do you want me to answer this one and then we'll go to the Japanese
Just
case?
wait on the Japanese. Just one question on that. Don't you think, though, that there is some, like if you take the 30s, the 70s, and the aftermath of the financial crisis in 2008 as, each a period of some kind of economic crisis, it was better, right? The 30s were worse than the 70s, and the 70s were worse than the 2010s. So maybe things can stabilize a little bit because we've gotten richer.
Yes,
right?
if you were to look at per capita income, life expectancy, any measures of standard of living or whatever it is, and you were to see a graph.
But even, I'm just saying, even the fighting right, was not as bad in the 70s as it was in the 30s. That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
I wouldn't make too much of that.
Okay.
Okay. In other words, I would say this is much more like the 30s.
Okay.
Okay. For a variety of reasons, having to do with the measures. If you were to say the severity of the debt, the severity of the internal conflict.
Okay.
I mean, I lived through these.
Yeah.
And I would say.
So you think we're worse off than the 70s?
Our conflicts, our debt is worse off.
That's true.
Okay. And the United States dominance in the world order and the conflict is worse off.
Okay.
Okay. So I would say that's objectively the case. I'm not trying to make a bad case. I'm just trying to be analytical because my job is to bet correctly.
All right. So how about our Japanese future? Could we have a Japanese future?
The Japanese situation is two main things, very interesting. The Japanese debt is an internal debt. In that particular case, the way it was dealt with is that the central bank printed a lot of money and bought the debt. Okay, that's how they did it. And as a result of that, the Japanese yen declined, and so they had a tremendous depreciation in the value of the wealth because of the depreciation in the value of the money and the debt. So yes, we can see something happening like that. Okay, but we also have a foreign, 1/3 of our debt is held by foreigners. Okay, so that's a different thing. And we as a country, owe money to other countries.
And here,
but yes, and if you think that that's a good outcome,
no, I don't. I think
it's like the decline of the British Empire.
No, I don't.
You can have the decline of the British Empire, the same sort of thing.
No, I don't think it's a good outcome. I'm interested in it because in the case of Japan, it's sort of a sustainable stagnation rather than crisis and collapse. But I think where I would agree with you is that for various reasons that are beyond the scope of this conversation, Japanese society seems more likely to accept a depreciation in living standards than American society. And in that sense, it probably isn't a model. Let me ask you a last question in the form of a comment about my own optimism that you can respond to, right? Which is that I mentioned earlier that, I've lived my entire life in a world of people worrying about deficits and deficit spending. And I think it is completely reasonable to say, as you've said, that, just because the crisis hasn't arrived doesn't mean that you aren't going to have a heart attack tomorrow. And so I totally expect everything you're describing to have significant negative impacts on the United States. At the same time, I do think it's a weird moment where the U.S. looks weak if you look at certain indicators, but, we also can look very, very strong in many ways, right? Just if you look at the last 10 or 15 years, our GDP growth has substantially outpaced Western Europe, Canada, peer economies, right? We still have the world's most profitable cutting-edge technology companies. We still have the world's most capable military. And then socially, and we have a lot of problems, but are there other big countries in the world that are better at assimilating immigrants?
I want to say the most capable military of the world, in the world. Capable of what? Okay, the problem with a lot of these measures is they're just measures. We obviously don't have the kind of military that's capable of dealing with Iran right now. And we really never have. Think of Vietnam. We don't do well with people, with enemies who don't follow the rule book. As a matter of fact, I didn't bring it up, but the U.S. and Iran exchanged missiles today. Apparently, Iran fired on some U.S. warships, so we went and flew a sortie in to deal with some military installations. So, even the ceasefire is not quite a ceasefire. Iran is not kowtowing. So, capable military, but are we capable of dealing with a non-conventional war, which this is?
That have higher birth rates that are
And I mean quickly. It took us, how many years were we in Iran? 20 years or something like that. Are we able to deal with it quickly, efficiently?
are geographically isolated from major wars and refugee streams and so on. I'm not sure there is a better bet. So I guess if I'm looking forward 50 years, right, isn't America still, in the context of the whole world order, a place to have a certain kind of confidence in? What do you make of that?
I think we can't frame it as, like in the beginning of what I objected to was, is the United States going to win or lose or any of that thing? I think we know what healthy is. There are only three things any country has to do in order to be healthy, and this is throughout history. First, educate your children well in terms of their capabilities,
Amen.
the quality of their ability to be productive, and their civility. Number two, have them come out to a country in which there's order and that people work together to be productive so that there's broad-based productivity and prosperity. And don't get into a war. Don't get into a civil war or don't get into an international war. That's all you have to do. Then you can look at the fundamentals of that. Are we educating our children well so that they can be productive and capable and they're civil with each other, that we have a civil population? Do we have an environment where there is productivity and we can get along? I think we have terrible circumstances. I live in Connecticut and my wife helps kids trying to get through high school. The gaps in education, the gaps in these things and civility are real problems, okay? So I think that it really comes to that. And, it's basics. Do you earn more than you spend? What's your income like? What is your balance sheet like? These are basics. You know those basics. So if we can have those basics, yes, I thank God that I grew up in the United States because, oh my God, it was unbelievable. It was the place that anybody from anywhere in the world could come and truly be a citizen. So it had that real meritocracy. And I grew up in a lower middle class family. My dad was a jazz musician. I could go to a good school and I can, I don't know, make my way. Okay. And I think of that creativity and all the wonderful things, broad-based education, a middle class, that we had a middle class and we had those things. And so I've seen the difference, right? And so I know what the fundamentals are and I look at measures and I'm worried about that.
All right. Ray Dalio, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, that concludes this day's festivities. I see that Gabriel has gone live with his hip hop extravaganza. So I'm going to drop the link there. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about this, at least tangentially. I just started this book by Helena Rosenblatt called The Lost History of Liberalism. And I'm doing something similar on the conservative side, mainly just to reacquaint myself with, the philosophical concepts, not the retail politics as much as, the more political philosophical stuff. Because I'm real unsatisfied, with the way we throw around liberal and conservative in some of these YouTube spaces. It's sloppy, and most people really don't seem to understand some of what I think. If you're going to talk politics, you got to know history, but you also have to know some of the intellectual history or cultural history of how we got here politically. So that's what I'm kind of brushing up on. So everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new and or hear this on a replay, please subscribe to the channel, leave comments, hit the like button, support the show. Everything from ideas to Cash App and PayPal are available. Support the weekend show. By the way, the weekend show, I'm probably going to go back and revisit the history of stereotypes of the Black community, and then there's some other things culturally that I want to talk about. So it's kind of going to be a cultural history of the American Black historical community. So anyway, I enjoyed it. Everybody go over to Gabriel and support his hip hop 90s hip hop favorites. Tell him I said hi. I'm actually going to listen in a while. I'm going to grab a plate of dinner and listen for a little bit, and then probably read. So I will see everybody tomorrow. I enjoyed it. Have a good night.